Chapter 640. Mo Tianji was tongue-tied. He was speechless. He knew that he was making things difficult for Chu Yang. His little sister's situation was not decided yet, so it was unreasonable for him to not let him find a wife. But even though it was not decided yet, he was more than 10% sure that it would develop in that direction. Was it okay for him to not prepare for his little sister? Brother Chu, you have to consider this carefully. After all, you also like Xiao Wu. You don't want Xiao Wu to be sad, right? Mo Tianji saw that Minister Chu was furious, so he had no choice but to change his strategy. He tried to reason with him. He changed from being aggressive to trying to persuade him. Brother Mo, I like Xiao Wu very much, but you should know what kind of like I have. Chu Yang confided in him. Xiao Wu is smart and cute. She is pure and innocent. Who wouldn't like her? But this is completely different from what you think. Minister, Chu clearly felt guilty when he said this, so he couldn't help but sigh. What he liked and what Mo Tianji thought were naturally two different things. However, his kind of like was indeed not the kind of like that Mo Tianji thought in his heart. I know. Mo Tianji sighed. He continued to argue for his little sister's happiness. Brother Chu, you are only 18 years old. Even if you wait for 5 years, you will only be 20 years old. You can afford to wait. Brother Mo. Chu Yang said in a sorrowful manner, I understand how you feel. I also admit that you're a good elder brother. You've worried so much for your younger sister. You're really meticulous. It is Xiao Wu's greatest fortune to have a brother like you. Mo Tianji smiled warmly. He was obviously a little dizzy from Chu Yang's praise. She is my little sister. If I don't pamper her, who will pamper her? Chu Yang felt like vomiting in his heart. Then he continued to say sincerely, Brother Mo, you and I are both men. You should know that we start to fall in love when we are 13 or 14 years old. I am 18 this year. Minister Chu sighed. His voice made people want to cry. If one only listened to his tone, it seemed as if he didn't say 18, but 80. And I, Chu Yang, am still a child. It wasn't that he was being pretentious. It was just that he couldn't stand the sight of such vulgar women. Besides, I'm a man with a heavy heart and a heavy heart. I don't want to be a womanizer. Minister Chu's voice was full of emotion. He was trying his best to express his moral integrity. Even though he was expressing his helplessness, he was clearly hinting, Mo Tianji, you've chosen me as your brother-in-law. You've found the right person. How could there be a man as outstanding as me in this world? If you don't hold on tight for your sister, then you're really blind. Mo Tianji grabbed Chu Yang's hand and said, Yes, I believe you. Sigh, that Miss Wu is such a great beauty with peerless talent. She also has deep feelings for you, Brother Chu. Yet, Brother Chu, you are so courteous and not the slightest bit flustered. He's a role model for our generation. Regarding Chu Yang's moral integrity in this aspect, Mo Tianji was absolutely trustworthy. It was no secret that the information that Mo Tianji collected about Chu Yang was the most detailed in the entire world. How could he not know that Chu Yang had never been involved in any scandals with any woman until now, as a man in troubled times, and a man with a high position and power? How many women could he not have? It could be said that as long as King of Hell Chu said, I want to marry a wife, then the Emperor of Iron Cloud Empire, Tai Tai Butian, could even choose a concubine for him. Mo Tianji firmly believed in his own speculation. However, King of Hell Chu had kept his chastity. To be able to do this was simply unimaginable. He was a saint. If such a man was unreliable, what other man could be reliable? Thinking of this, Mo Tianji's desire to hold on to Chu Yang for his sister became more and more urgent. 18. Minister Chu said in frustration, It's time to find one. Don't worry, Brother Chu. There's really no need to worry about this. Mo Tianji waved his hand. It's better to choose more. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Brother Mo, you and I are both men. You should know, sometimes it's very uncomfortable to be impulsive. I've already poured cold water on my head dozens of times this year. Yes, yes. Mo Tianji's face darkened and said, It's indeed uncomfortable. Thinking of the time when he was impulsive and did something to his own maid, he could not help but admire Minister Chu's ability to pour cold water on his head. A man who could do this was very rare. And if you really want me to wait for little Wu to grow up, then it'll take at least 4 or 5 years to get married, right? Chu Yang's face was somewhat distorted. Get married? Mo Tianji wanted to curse. My sister will only be 15 years old in 4 or 5 years, and you want to do it? However, thinking that he was the one asking for help, he could only swallow his anger and say with a hollow laugh, Brother Chu's calculation is really good. What will I do in these 4 or 5 years? Won't I suffocate to death? Chu Yang righteously looked at Mo Tianji. Let's not talk about other things. Brother Tianji, can you keep your chastity for 4 or 5 years? Mo Tianji was flabbergasted. Even though I haven't married yet, I already have several concubines. How can I be like you? Keep my chastity for 4 or 5 years. Motherfucker, wouldn't I be a cuckold then? But my heavenly armament pavilion is still in the period of development. It's surrounded by strong enemies, and danger lurks everywhere. The future is uncertain. I really don't have time to think about love. Chu Yang changed the topic. Yes. Mo Tianji hurriedly said, A real man should put his career first. Even though everyone in our heavenly armament pavilion is a peerless genius, we lack a resourceful military advisor. Chu Yang sighed and said, Brother Tianji, I won't say anything else. You want me to keep my chastity until your sister comes back. That's fine, but I have a condition. Chu Yang had finally arrived at his position after circling around. He had finally begun to reveal his true intentions and had started to fight with real swords and spears. Mo Tianji bitterly smiled. Motherfucker, does this little guy want me to sell myself as a slave? You will be the military advisor of my heavenly armament pavilion. We will call each other brothers and create great things together. Chu Yang righteously said, Of course, in return, I will try my best to restrain myself and wait for your sister to come back. If Xiao Wu is truly deeply in love with me, then I will have no choice but to sacrifice myself to fulfill her wish. Minister Chu sighed as he finished speaking. It seemed as if he had made a great sacrifice for the sake of the Chu family. Mo Tianji's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This matter, how did it develop to this point? Not only do I have to sell myself to him, but even my sister has to be given to him. Moreover, the other party is so unwilling. It seems as if he is doing me a great favor. This guy is actually sacrificing himself to help my sister. Even though Mo Tianji was quick-witted and clever, he was still confused by Chu Yang's words. Mo Tianji smacked his lips. Then he muttered to himself in a somewhat mysterious manner. But why do I feel that something is wrong when I listen to it? The meaning behind this is truly confusing. Brother Mo, you don't have to be embarrassed. Chu Yang sighed. I know that my heavenly armament pavilion is small and can't accommodate a great Buddha like you. Of course, if you have any objections, just pretend that I didn't say anything. He seemed to be relieved. I should quickly find a wife. In fact, now that I think about it, I am ashamed of the lower 3 heavens. Don't. Mo Tianji hurriedly stopped this guy from continuing. He gritted his teeth. Isn't it just being a military advisor? Moreover, it's a great cause for brothers. I, Mo Tianji, can't ask for anything more. How can I not agree? But I don't want you to force yourself. Chu Yang said hypocritically, I'm not forcing myself. Mo Tianji said angrily, but I don't want you to make a decision against your will. After all, if you are in a bad mood and don't work hard in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, I might as well cancel this agreement. After all, my youth can't be lost. Minister Chu continued to persuade. He beat around the bush to prevent future troubles. Am I Mo Tianji that kind of person? Mo Tianji was furious. But I know buts. This matter is settled. Mo Tianji waved his hand domineeringly and made the final decision. But, King of Hell Chu, if you don't wait for my sister, then I am worse than a beast. I will be struck by lightning. I will be pierced by 10,000 arrows. I will not be reincarnated after death. I will fall into hell forever. Chu Yang raised his hand and swore. This oath was earth-shattering. It made the hair of those who heard it stand on end. Moreover, Brother Mo has helped me. How can I take advantage of you and then not acknowledge it? Don't worry. I will try my best to cultivate my relationship with your sister. No matter what the result is at that time, I will accept it, even if little Wu doesn't like me. I will. Chu Yang said with difficulty. Mo Tianji was greatly moved. Such a vicious oath was enough to show how much Chu Yang valued him. He was willing to make such a big promise and sacrifice for his alliance. Although Mo Tianji was a scheming person, he couldn't help but feel a hot-blooded feeling of a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. Brother Chu, don't worry. I, Mo Tianji, am not an ungrateful person. Mo Tianji said solemnly. However, he was somewhat worried in his heart. Although Chu Yang had agreed, it was only because of him. It was only a condition of exchange. There was nothing to say about his little sister's side. After all, Chu Yang only had the kind of pure, brotherly love for little Wu at present. Mo Ching Wu's change was very easy. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Mo Tianji's yearning for her would turn into undying yearning. However, Chu Yang was an adult. For an adult to have feelings for a little girl, this was very difficult. Putting himself in Chu Yang's shoes, Mo Tianji felt that if he was in Chu Yang's shoes, he would feel very awkward and difficult to accept. Brother Chu, I know this matter is really difficult for you. Mo Tianji said sincerely and apologetically. To be continued. Chapter 641. You're too kind. Minister Chu was overjoyed, but he smiled faintly and said, Brother Mo, you're too kind. Don't worry, I'll overcome this inner demon. Mo Tianji sighed. From the feelings for his sister to the feelings for his lover, the inner demon was indeed an inner demon. I'm really making things difficult for him. Chu Yang sighed on the outside, but he was proud of himself. Do I have this inner demon? Damn it. If I did, that would be weird. So this matter is settled. Chu Yang asked. This matter is settled. Mo Tianji said. The two looked at each other, reached out, and shook hands. Brother Chu, recruiting me into the Heavenly Armament Pavilion is something you've been planning for a long time, right? Mo Tianji smiled. Chu Yang smiled. But it's also consensual, isn't it? Brother Chu is so attentive to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It looks like you're preparing to lead the Heavenly Armament Pavilion into the upper three heavens. Mo Tianji's eyes were a little confused. Brother Chu's purpose of recruiting me should be because you're worried about Diwu Qingro and the Zhuge clan, right? Mo Tianji pondered. In other words, Brother Chu is preparing to be enemies with Diwu Qingro and the Zhuge clan. Mo Tianji deduced. But now, everything is not clear. You haven't even met the Zhuge clan, but you're sure that you're going to be enemies with them. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed. He leaned close to Chu Yang's ear and said softly, Brother Chu, you're the current master of Calamity Sword, right? Chu Yang's face changed. I didn't say anything. I don't know anything. Mo Tianji spread out his hands and smiled. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Brother Mo, when did you start suspecting? Gu Du Xing and the others have improved by leaps and bounds since they followed you. That's the first reason. Why would Du Qing Ro give up such a good situation and fight with you? That's the second reason. After Du Qing Ro's army was defeated, I once went to the third heaven, provided by the world-defying stage heavens, to observe the celestial phenomena and observe the destiny of my Mo clan. However, I saw a gorgeous blood-colored destiny rushing up to the upper three heavens. Mo Tianji smiled. Don't forget that I once received the true teachings of World Controller Xiao Fengyan. Thirdly, I've seen Gu Duxing's sword and Dong Wushang's saber. Fourthly, Xiao Wu's injuries suddenly healed. Mo Tianji faintly smiled. Then his voice became so faint that it couldn't be heard. I'm ignorant and inexperienced, but I know that there's a mysterious existence called Heavy Pill. Fifth, my original plan was to divide the world into 3 parts, but you exterminated the Meng clan first. Then, you exterminated the O clan. Then, you deliberately instigated the internal strife of the AO clan. So, you made everything move in the direction of unification after the great chaos. You must know that the Sword Master's duty is to conquer. Mo Tianji smiled and said, So, Brother Chu, I would have joined the Heavenly Armament Pavilion even if you hadn't used Xiao Wu as a threat. Otherwise, why would I strongly advocate that you should be the leader of the battle of the upper 3 heavens? Don't tell me that I, Mo Tianji, can't be the leader? Since I can devise a strategy in a tent, can't I decide victory from 1,000 miles away? I know the severity of the matter. So, I've always kept these things in my heart. I didn't tell anyone about them. Mo Tianji always took the initiative to explain Chu Yang's sensitive doubts. He smiled and said, This may be the only chance for my Mo clan to rush into the upper 3 heavens. Chu Yang was speechless. He thought that he had taken advantage of Mo Tianji, but he didn't know who had fallen into the other's trap. Or it could be said that both of them had won, because both of them had achieved their goals. Chu Yang had eliminated the biggest obstacle between him and Mo Qingwu. He had eliminated a huge crisis. Moreover, he had cleared the path for him and Mo Qingwu's future. The only thing that made him a little unhappy was that he had such an uncle by his side. He really didn't feel confident. Mo Tianji had also achieved his goals. First, he had made Chu Yang wait for his sister. Second, he had successfully obtained a ticket to enter the upper 3 heavens. Moreover, Chu Yang had forced it on him. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. However, after Mo Tianji heaved a sigh of relief, he immediately became nervous again, because he knew what kind of path he would embark on in the future and what kind of enemies he would face. Compared to those enemies, the things that he had painstakingly arranged in the upper 3 heavens were like child's play. Compared to those enemies, the enemies he was facing now were no different from babies who were still learning to speak. Seeing Chu Yang frown, Mo Tianji smiled and said, You don't have to worry. I'm a little scheming and I like to play tricks. But there's one thing that I believe you can understand. I never play tricks on my own people. He smiled faintly and said, Of course, I'm not joking. Mo Tianji was right. What Chu Yang was most worried about now was Mo Tianji's scheming. GMO and the others were fine, but Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were not people who liked to joke. They also hated it when others played tricks on them. Hearing Mo Tianji's words, they naturally felt relieved. I want to remind you that this is a path of death. The past sword masters have succeeded, but it doesn't mean that you will succeed. The pressure on this path will be unparalleled, Mo Tianji said softly. So, even if it's our brothers, it's inevitable that some of them will collapse from the pressure. So, on this path, it's necessary to joke and relax appropriately. Otherwise, if we continue to fight fiercely, we will explode from the pressure before the enemies are finished. I understand this point. Chu Yang nodded deeply. It was easier said than done. Right now, there was no need to talk about unifying the heavens. Chu Yang and the others were far from being comparable to any of the big clans. Their strength was not even 1,000th of the big clans. The pressure on this path was imaginable. There's no need to think too much. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Mo Tianji said slowly. If you think too much, you'll scare yourself to death. Brother Chu, I'll issue a challenge the day after tomorrow. We'll fight at the Lake of Despair. After issuing the challenge, we should receive a reply within a day. Then, I'll spread the challenge to the world. After that, we should set off. We'll meet before the snowy mountain range. We'll set off for the Lake of Despair together. All the clans in the 3 heavens should participate in this battle. So, this battle is very important. Let's conserve our energy for the next few days. We only have 3 days of free time. If you can increase your strength, you'd better make the most of it. The two of them discussed as they walked out of Mo Ching Wu's courtyard. Moreover, I'm not joking with you about my younger sister's matter, Mo Tianji solemnly reminded him. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Now he once again felt the feeling that he had when he was close friends with Mo Tianji in his previous life. That feeling was that Mo Tianji had everything under his control without leaving any room for error. Having someone like Mo Tianji by his side was a fortunate thing provided by the world-defying stage heavens, but sometimes it was also a sullen thing, because no matter what it was, before you said it, he would already know, understand, and solve it. Talking to this guy was also boring, because if he didn't want you to speak, he would say everything himself, including the questions you wanted to ask, including your confusion, doubts, and so on. When he said a sentence, he would accurately predict what kind of response Ji Kong would give because of what he said. Then he would start to explain. In his previous life, Chu Yang had experienced this countless times. He felt that he had chatted with Mo Tianji for an entire afternoon. But after everything was done, he would realize that he hadn't said a single word. It was all someone's one-man show. The second half of today's conversation was basically like this. Chu Yang didn't say a single word. Mo Tianji directly arranged everything and answered all the questions that Chu Yang didn't ask. Chu Yang sat in Mo Tianji's study for a long time before he realized this problem. He couldn't help but spit resentfully. Fuck! I knew it would be so frustrating when I'm old. And now, a certain little lowly who had made these 2 amazing talents talk about her and had almost come to blows, was seriously practicing martial arts somewhere in the upper 3 heavens. Ning Tianya and Buluqing took Mo Ching Wu back to the upper 3 heavens. They were still on the way when the 2 supreme martial artists had a headache. Masters, can I go and say goodbye to Brother Chu Yang again? The little girl's eyes flickered with tears. I miss him, the 2 supreme martial artists staggered. Miss him? How long has it been since they separated? And you want to say goodbye again? If you keep saying goodbye like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to reach the upper 3 heavens in your lifetime. It's okay if you don't say goodbye. Why don't you bring Brother Chu Yang here? The little girl's eyes flickered with longing. The 2 supreme martial artists were speechless. Yes, why am I so stupid? The little girl clapped her hands. Masters, aren't you worried about finding a disciple? Why don't you accept Brother Chu Yang as your disciple? This is a really good idea. Masters, can we do it? The 2 supreme martial artists finally collapsed. Anyone would have collapsed after being annoyed for nearly 10,000 miles. Good disciple, it's not that we don't want to. It's just that your Brother Chu Yang isn't simple. Ning Tianyo explained with a bitter face. We don't dare to be his masters. If we accept him as our disciple, he may be blasted to pieces by heavenly lightning tomorrow. Brother Chu Yang is so powerful? The little girl was in high spirits. Well, if I'm not wrong, your Brother Chu Yang will be the most powerful person in the heavens in the future. Buluqing said, Wow, The little girl's eyes lit up. Wow, wow, wow. The little girl exclaimed. In other words, Brother Chu Yang will be more powerful than the two masters in the future. The two supreme martial artists rolled their eyes at the same time. Did we say that? Then the two masters together can't beat Brother Chu Yang? And Mo Ching Wu was in high spirits. The two supreme martial artists' faces darkened. Then why should I worship you as my masters? Can't I learn from Brother Chu Yang? The little girl rolled her eyes and said angrily, Won't you mislead him? The little girl suddenly became bitter. Humph! Ning Tianya and Buluchin cried without tears. In the entire heavens for 10,000 years, someone had dared to say that the two supreme martial artists would mislead him. It seemed that someone had finally appeared today. Chapter 642. The two supreme martial artists had no choice but to explain the problem of misleading the younger brother first. Cough, cough. Your brother Chu Yan may be very powerful in the future, but he's nothing now. Ning Tianya explained gloomily. It'll take hundreds of years for him to grow up. It's still too early. Mo Ching Wu snorted, but her face was still gloomy. Besides, since your brother Chu Yang will be so powerful in the future, you won't be able to catch up with him if you don't work hard. How can you be worthy of your brother Chu Yang if you can't catch up with him and can't be as good as him? Buluqing's words were more important in comparison. Moreover, they were straight to the point. Well, I'll work hard. Buluqing looked at Ning Tianya proudly. His meaning was, see, my method is still effective. Back at Ning Tianya's residence, Ning Tianya didn't have time to rest. He started to prepare to teach his disciple. Of course, he didn't want to build a good relationship with her. Little Wu, look at this. Is it fun? Like this. Master, why haven't you started to practice? This thing doesn't look good to you? Okay, but this thing can't let me catch up with Brother Chu Yang. The expected scene of the two masters begging the little girl to practice didn't happen at all. Instead, the little girl urged the two masters to start. This good start made the two supreme martial artists very happy. So, Ning Tianya started teaching immediately. 2 days later, the little girl was somewhat thin and tired. Again, 2 days later, the little girl was somewhat powerless. Again, 3 days later. Boo-hoo! I miss Brother Chu Yang. The little girl couldn't take it anymore. Ning Tianya felt a big headache. My whole body is sore. The little girl's eyes were brimming with tears. Ning Tianya looked up and sighed. However, there was one thing that made the two supreme martial artists the happiest. The little girl's aptitude was superb. Her physical strength was good, but her wisdom was incomparable. The little girl could basically memorize some theoretical things or chant that needed to be recited. Therefore, it could be said that she spent very little time in this aspect. However, the little girl's physical strength couldn't support it. Therefore, the most difficult part became practice. How about I give you a massage every day? There was no other way. Ning Tianya volunteered himself. He was a dignified supreme martial artist. No. The little Loli's eyes were brimming with tears, but she firmly refused. Although you are my master, you are also a man. I won't allow you to touch my body. This is Brother Chu Yang's. Yu Tianya burst into tears. When had a dignified supreme martial artist ever given anyone a massage? Now that he had taken the initiative to bring it up, he was actually embarrassed on the spot. Being snubbed for his warm face, that was the kind of depressing feeling that all his internal organs were burning. I'm already fucking over 10,000 years old. How could I possibly be lustful toward a little girl like you? Buluqing had been watching Ning Tianya teach his disciple with cold eyes. His mouth hadn't closed since. His disciple's aptitude had made him smile with satisfaction. His disciple's cuteness had made him smile with doting love. His disciple's intelligence had made him smile with gratification. Of course, his disciple's mischievousness had made him smile with schadenfreude even more. Having been rejected, Ning Tianya went out with a black face. Therefore, on that night, Yi Meili, the chief masseuse of the Yi clan, who was one of the dominant clans of the Chong Tian continent, disappeared. The little girl was practicing her martial arts under the frowning gaze of the two masters. Then, she was groaning and lying on the jade essence bed, enjoying the massage under the speechless gaze of the two masters. Today was a day of contentment. Moreover, the most pleasant thing was that Bu Lu Qing had thought of a way. He had made a few holes in the huge jade essence bed that had been formed for 100,000 years. Then he had placed purple crystal jade essence pearl, white crystal jade essence pearl, blue crystal jade essence pearl, and deep sea crystal jade essence pearl in the holes. Then he had used his supreme martial artist cultivation to open up a channel for the circulation of vital energy between these rare treasures, forming an array. As long as this jade essence bed was placed here, the surrounding spiritual energy would be automatically attracted by the array. Then it would be injected into these rare treasures and become circulating energy. This jade essence bed had become today's spiritual energy supply platform. As long as Mo Qingwu was lying on top of it, even if she did nothing but sleep, these rare heaven and earth energies would spontaneously gather together and be channeled into Mo Qingwu's dantian. Then they would spontaneously circulate through the little Loli's meridians. Moreover, they would tirelessly wash away the impurities in the little girl's body. This kind of cultivation method was simply whimsical. After this method was successful, this jade essence bed was carried out of Ning Tianya's room and placed in the little girl's boudoir. From then on, it became Mo Qingwu's exclusive use. When it was carried in, the little girl pouted as if she had suffered a lot of grievances. She used clean water to carefully wipe this jade essence bed. Then she moved her little nose and sniffed left and right. Then she frowned and reluctantly accepted it. Humph, Master Ning hasn't taken a bath since I came here. Letting me sleep in the bed that he slept in is obviously bullying me. Humph. I'll wash it again. The little girl pouted and felt extremely wronged. She felt that she had been abused. There wasn't even a bed made specially for her. What supreme martial artist? He's so poor. The two supreme martial artists spat out blood on the spot. Poor? Who dares to say that we're poor? Look at this jade essence bed in the entire heavenly layer. Besides me, who else can take out this jade essence bed? Just casually take out a pearl from it, and the entire heavenly layer will be turned upside down. So many top-grade treasures in the world were transformed by the two supreme martial artists. They spent a lot of energy to create the first cultivation aid treasure since ancient times, but it turned out to be trash. Sigh, trash is trash. As long as my precious disciple sleeps on it, the two supreme martial artists were speechless. They could only weep. The following days were even more miserable. The little girl was very focused on her cultivation. She was also very serious and very bitter. Her progress was very fast, because the little girl's heart was filled with energy. I want to quickly become strong. I want to go and protect Brother Chuyang. I want to learn quickly. Once I learn everything, I can go down and find Brother Chuyang. With such a mentality, after getting through the discomfort of the first few days, she was naturally diligent to the point that the two supreme martial artists couldn't bear it. However, there was a problem that came out of Chu Paoli. She wanted to listen to stories before sleeping. How could the two supreme martial artists bear to disappoint their precious disciple? So, the two supreme martial artists took turns to tell stories. A long time ago, in ancient times, say, after a few months, the two supreme martial artists' bellies were hollowed out. Facing the little girl's sad eyes every night, the two supreme martial artists wanted to bang their heads against the wall. Did they take in a disciple? And they even invited a granny, What was worse was that Mo Ching always shook her head after listening to the stories. It's not as good as Brother Chu Yang's. Then she would hold her cheeks with both hands and miss. Brother Chu Yang, I miss you so much. The accumulation of this period of time made the two supreme martial artists form a strong resentment or a conditioned reflex. Hearing the name Brother Chu Yang, the two supreme martial artists would start to have a headache. The two supreme martial artists would gnash their teeth in private. The next time I see that little Chu Yang, I swear I won't be human if I don't teach him a lesson. Look at you, bastard. Spoil my disciple so much, of course. Complaints are just complaints. Mo Ching Wu's cultivation is progressing step by step. Moreover, it's advancing at a speed of 1,000 miles per day. In the beginning, the two supreme martial artists still had a competitive spirit, but later it gradually faded. What's the point of competing for a disciple? Maybe one day, the two supreme martial artists couldn't pass the final hurdle. There was only one common disciple in the world. What's the point of competing? Well, looking at this, the little girl's cultivation is much faster than the two of us at that time. After a few years, she may be able to go out to the Jianghu to gain experience. Occasionally, when the two supreme martial artists sat opposite each other and drank, they were also quite depressed. If this trend continues, our disciple will inevitably be taken advantage of by that beast Chu Yang. Thinking of this, the two supreme martial artists wanted to simply go down and castrate that little girl right now. The two supreme martial artists of the upper three heavens didn't care about what was happening outside. They only wanted to teach their disciple. After 3 days of turbulence, the storm finally came to an end. More than a dozen clans started to take action at the same time. They intersected and attacked each other. Later, the loss of the city gate affected the fish in the moat. Those clans who were wise to protect themselves were also implicated. The number of deaths every day exceeded 4 digits. The number of shops closing every day exceeded 3 digits. The number of shops changing hands every day exceeded 3 digits. On the third day, the conflict had escalated. All the major clans had brought out their absolute martial strength and fought with each other. In the end, as long as they saw people wearing different clothes on the streets, they would go up and start a fight. On the third day, the number of casualties exceeded 10,000. Those Jianghu people who walked alone were considered unlucky. If they didn't find a backer, they would be like rats crossing the street. Who cared if they were innocent or not? The Mo clan was the first to raise the banner of seeking justice for the people of Jianghu, protecting the safety of the people of Jianghu. Immediately, those Jianghu people who were frightened and worried about their own safety flooded into the clan. On the fourth day, the situation was even more out of control. Almost all the businesses of the European Union's clans were paralyzed. All their sources of income were cut off. They anxiously vented everywhere. At this time, Mo Tianji sent out a letter of challenge. The tactic was very simple. Fight to determine the winner. Fight to determine the heavens. On the 10th day of the 10th month, do you dare to fight me? Tian Buhui was furious. He replied on the spot, if you want to fight, I will fight. Fight to change the heaven and earth. Fight to determine the heavens. Immediately, Mo Tianlong issued a crusade to the entire Jianghu, with the Mo clan as the leader. The few clans stood at the peak of morality. They looked down from above and ruthlessly killed the clans of the European Union with a sword of justice. At the same time, the Ao clan announced that they would join the battle. They had no choice but to join the battle. After this battle, the winner would probably sweep the entire Jianghu. Their reputation would far surpass that of the Ao clan. If the Ao clan didn't make a move, they wouldn't be able to catch up even if they ate shit. On the same day, when it was close to dusk, 2 pieces of news spread throughout the 3 heavens. The 3 heavens, which were already in a mess, were in an uproar again. To be continued. Chapter 643. These two pieces of news came one after the other. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were stunned when they heard the first piece of news. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had joined forces to defeat the two brothers of Ao clan, Ao Qingyan and Ao Fengyan. Ao Qingyan's heart had been pierced by Gu Duxing's sword, and Ao Fengyan had been cleaved into two halves by Dong Wushang's saber. Mo Tianji cried out when he saw this news. Don't you think that these two brothers are too fierce? How did they kill those two brothers? Those were two great geniuses. Chu Yang spat on the ground and said, Brother Mo, why do you resent the word genius so much? An individual is a genius in martial arts, but it doesn't mean that he's also an all-around genius who is good at war and outstanding in scheming. Every genius must have another aspect that is an idiot. Chu Yang deeply said, In my opinion, these two geniuses of the Ao clan may be idiots in the brain. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so blinded by ambition. Mo Tianji laughed out loud. Then he frowned. But killing them at this time isn't a good thing, even if they are idiots. Chu Yang snorted. It's not necessarily a bad thing. The two men looked at each other. Then they evaluated each other in their hearts. Mo Tianji and Chu Yang were completely different in this matter. Mo Tianji was a roundabout person. I can't kill him now. It's better to kill him after I've finished using him. Won't I have to vent my anger sooner or later? Don't you know that it's never too late to take revenge? Chu Yang is a hardliner. I'll kill you if you dare to provoke me. It doesn't matter why I killed them. What Gu Duxing and the others did was right. So, what's the big deal about killing them? Naturally, the two of them didn't understand the reason. It was said that the two great dukes of the Ao clan had arrived at the Gu clan that day. They had sent an invitation and had entered the clan. They had been a little overbearing at first, but they had still been polite. But they had come to the Gu clan to ask for their surrender. Gu Duxing had exploded. I'm happy. I'm satisfied. My life is at its best. Why are you here to mess things up? Gu Duxing had sternly refused and drove the two out. The next day, the two elders continued to be relentless. They analyzed the situation, tried to reason with him, and tried to move him with emotion. In short, they said, Your Gu clan will be finished in this 3-day storm. So, you should take refuge in my Ao clan as soon as possible. Gu Duxing ignored him. These two idiots were simply making people spit out rice. Do you know who this duke is? On the 3rd day, Gu Duxing couldn't take it anymore. That was because Ao Fengyan had mentioned Gu Miaoling during their conversation. He had earnestly said that Gu Miaoling's fate would be like if the Gu clan were to be exterminated. And only Ao clan could provide her with a protective umbrella, and so on. But before he could finish, Gu Duxing flew into a rage and rushed out to fight. The two great clans immediately became entangled in a fight. Both sides suffered losses. Although both sides held back and no one lost their lives, there were still many who were injured. This time, the two proud men were furious. Ao clan had dominated the 3 heavens for 3 days. Had the grassroots ever received such provocation? Then he cursed loudly and declared that he would exterminate the Gu clan. Gu Duxing couldn't bear it any longer, so he finally hardened his heart and went out to fight. Coincidentally, Second Master Dong arrived at this time. Dong Wushang rushed over at full speed. He was still a few miles away when he heard the cursing voices of the Ao clan. He was unable to restrain his anger. He dashed over like a meteor and slashed Ao Fengyan into 2 halves with a schwa sound. Ao Fengyan was the one who had been making the most noise. The 2 brothers of the Ao clan were geniuses in martial arts, but geniuses and geniuses were different. Especially, they couldn't be compared with abnormal geniuses like Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing. Ao Fengyan had lost his life in this move. Everyone of the Ao clan was furious. They surrounded Dong Wushang one after another. They wanted to dismember this man who had killed their duke into 10,000 pieces. Gu Duxing also rushed out at this time. He took advantage of the fact that all the experts of the Ao clan were besieging Dong Wushang, so he attacked with his sword. This went even more smoothly. The sword light flashed, and the other, Duke Ao Qingyan's soul, also went to hell. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang weren't timid people, so they launched an all-out counterattack. The two brothers, Sword Emperor and Saber Emperor, went on a killing spree in the crowd of the Ao clan. They were shouting and fighting fiercely. Everyone of the Gu clan also rushed out and beat them while they were down. Only 3 high-end Emperor-level experts of the Ao clan managed to escape with their lives. The others were buried in front of the Gu clan's gate. The curtains had already been drawn by the time Dongwu Lei arrived with his people. It was said that young Master Dongwu Lei cried on the spot, "My 2 fathers, you killed 2 of the Ao clan's dukes at such a critical moment. Motherfucker, do you want to die? Faster!" Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang expressed the same opinion regarding Dongwu Lei's misgivings. "Ao clan, what is it?" Dongwu Lei was left speechless in the face of these 2 daring guys. Gu Duxing dispersed the clansmen of the Gu clan on that day in order to avoid the retaliation of the Ao clan. Then he led the army to merge with Dongwu Lei and his brothers, and set out for the location of the decisive battle. Dongwu Lei was extremely melancholy on the way. He was constantly sighing. This was the first piece of news. Chu Yang and Motian heard the second piece of news. Chu Yang went berserk on the spot. Motian had good self-restraint, but he also slammed the table on the spot. The second piece of news was much more explosive than the first piece of news. The remaining 4 dukes of the Ao clan suddenly merged. They contacted a 1,000-man team and attacked the Xia clan at lightning speed. That was because they had obtained accurate information. Ao Xiayin was in the Xia clan. Everyone would have a chance if they killed Ao Xiayin. Even if the clan blamed them, the dead couldn't come back to life. Therefore, the 4 dukes discussed for a moment and decided to attack the Xia clan. It was said that the battle had shaken the heaven and earth. The Xia clan had been caught off guard. Half of the sky had been burned red. 8 8th-grade Emperor-level experts of the Ao clan had entangled the ancestor of the Xia clan, Xia Zhiqiu. The others had also wantonly destroyed everything. Xia Danqiong had just returned to the clan and had been besieged by 2 Emperor-level experts. He had been seriously injured. Xia Danfeng had also been seriously injured. Rue Butong had also been severely injured. Tan had barely managed to protect everyone as they rushed out. Ao Xia Yun had been the main target, but his injuries had become even more serious in order to save Rue Butong's life. Xia Zhiqiu and several Emperor-level experts of the Xia clan had risked their lives to lead everyone to break out of the encirclement. They were currently fleeing towards this place, and the army of the Ao clan was relentlessly chasing after them. And the foundation of the Xia clan that had been established for hundreds of years had been destroyed. Chu Yang stood up when the news had reached him. Mo Tianji didn't wait for Chu Yang to speak. He slammed the table and issued an order. All personnel who will participate in the battle set out immediately. Travel through the night and night. We must succeed in providing support before the Ao clan catches up with the Xia clan. All intelligence personnel must ensure the safety of the people of the Xia clan at all costs from now on. Even if they die, they must be protected. Their family members will be compensated 100-fold in case of misfortune. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji impatiently rushed out of the gate of the Mo clan while the invisible falcon flew out. "You take everyone and leave quickly. I'll go first." Chu Yang mounted his horse and left behind these words. His last words had echoed from hundreds of feet away. Chu Yang and his horse disappeared into the twilight as soon as he finished speaking. Mo Tianji's complexion was as calm as water. He waved his hand, and the troops continued to move forward. It seemed as if his heart had been set on fire at this moment. It was burning his internal organs and making him feel uncomfortable. This news had thrown Mo Tianji into a panic. There are people in the world who don't care about the overall situation. Mo Tianji finally couldn't help but vent his anger. Is the AO clan more important than the entire Jianghu? These geniuses of the AO clan are extremely disgraceful. Mo Tianji's plan would be in danger of collapsing if the Xia clan suffered too heavy a loss this time, and they would be in danger of losing this battle of 3 days. They had painstakingly schemed against Tian Buhui's group, but they had made a wedding dress for them. How could Mo Tianji not be angry? This was related to the life and death of more than a dozen great clans, and this included the Mo clan. Clan Lord, this matter. Perhaps we didn't consider it enough. An elder of the Mo clan stroked his beard and said in a deep voice, "The AO clan has been standing proudly for 3 days. It has been 1,000 years. For these elders, the AO clan is like a towering tree. They will have hope if they kill AO Xiayin. Then, no matter what happens to the AO clan, as long as they can keep their position, their lives will be saved. They don't think about the overall situation of the world. After all, in their eyes, the battle for the world between the two great groups is just a joke. Moreover, they only need to watch with folded arms. If they can't do it, they can settle down." But the AO clan has already announced their participation in the battle. Mo Tianji said fiercely. "AO Tianxing said this himself this morning." "That's why they took the risk," the elder of the Mo clan said. "It's still not right." Mo Tianji gritted his teeth. They shouldn't have the guts to attack the Xie clan in 3 days. They don't have the strength to do so. There must be something fishy about this. The Xie clan is stronger than my Mo clan. They aren't any weaker than the Dong clan. They want to attack the Xie clan in 3 days with just a few debauchee geniuses? This is a big joke. Mo Tianji said heavily. This is absolutely impossible. Then he frowned. The AO clan has announced their participation in the battle. So, they certainly won't have the assistance of the experts of the AO clan. It can only be those 4 men and their entourage of experts. According to reliable sources, each of those 4 men has brought no more than 150 people. So, the total number is at most 100 people. But the information says that there are more than 1,000 people. The information can't be wrong. So, where did the extra 400 people come from? Mo Tianji frowned. He let his horse gallop forward. He was constantly thinking and speculating in the wind. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. Could it be that the reinforcements of Tian Buhui's group have finally arrived? But how did their reinforcements get involved with the AO clan? If it's not them, then who is it? To be continued. Chapter 644. Second young master, Tan, had been flushed with success these days. He had said that he would return to the Ji clan after he had parted ways with his brothers in the Xie clan. However, he had actually gone to Huyan Aobua's clan. With Ji Zhu in the Ji clan, he was the backbone of the Ji clan. Why would I go back? Second Master Ji wouldn't be able to be free and easy if that bastard Ji Zhu took me as a long-term worker. Therefore, GMO twisted his buttocks and turned around. The road went smoothly after he had turned around. He didn't encounter any obstacles. This is fucking strange. All the people who had tried to intercept him had been on the way back to the Ji clan. However, the Huyan clan was the opposite of the Ji clan. In fact, it had nothing to do with the Ji clan. Therefore, he had left those people behind. He had pounced on empty air. Second Master Ji rubbed his crotch in high spirits. His eyes were filled with longing as he entered the Huyan clan's territory. It was already late in the evening when the lanterns were lit. Second Master G found a restaurant and went up to eat and drink to his heart's content. He had barely sat down and started to eat when he heard the sound of majestic footsteps coming up the stairs. Then the door opened, and GMO felt darkness in front of him. He saw a tall and sturdy man standing at the entrance of his private room. He was 8 feet tall. He had a stocky back and a bear's waist. He looked majestic and murderous. It could be said that a man could hold the pass against 10,000 men. This was the innate, imposing manner of a hero. It was a mighty and tyrannical aura. GMO exclaimed in admiration. Then he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He felt that this man's chest muscles were too developed. His buttocks were also too perky. He took a closer look and realized that it was his fiancée, Huyen Albois. Albois! GMO shouted. He jumped up like a monkey. He was unable to contain his joy as he said, "Why have you come?" "You've come to my home. How can I not know?" Huyen Albois walked in with a majestic gait. She stretched out her hand and pulled out a chair. Then she sat down on it. The chair creaked as she sat on it. She was like a lofty mountain. Ha, ha, ha. GMO laughed foolishly. He thought, this is too powerful. This is too satisfying. This gives me a sense of security. Albois, I missed you so much. Second Master G threw a coquettish glance at her and asked, Did you miss me? Huyen Ao furrowed her brows as a faint blush slowly rose on her face. She bit her lips and snorted, but did not say anything. Waiter, bring another pair of chopsticks. Oh, I'll go get it myself. GMO rushed out with a whooshing sound. Then he returned with a whooshing sound. He held a pair of chopsticks in his hand and said, Here, Albois, this is our fate. He stretched out his hand, and Huyen Ao stretched out her hand to receive it. Their arms were almost side by side. One arm was thick and strong, while the other was thin and weak. It was as if an arm and a leg were placed together. GMO's arm. Then GMO sat down beside Huyen Albois with a drooling face. There was a golden monkey sitting next to a black bear. To think that you still have some conscience. You actually knew to be the first to come and find me. Huyen Ao said faintly, but there was a trace of satisfaction in her tone. You are my wife. If I don't look for you, who else should I look for? GMO attentively picked up a piece of beef and placed it on Huyen Albois' plate. Humph! After the meal, the two of them talked about everything. Huyen Ao was also a bold woman. She was not pretentious. GMO was even more casual. While walking, GMO boldly held Huyen Ao's arm. Huyen Ao turned her head and looked at him. She said, It's not very elegant. GMO hung on Huyen Ao's arm. He twisted his neck and said, What's not elegant about it? I'm just taking my wife shopping. The image is reversed. If it's reversed, then it's reversed. What's the matter? Second Master G did not care. Huyen Ao had some misgivings. She thought for a while and smiled. We live our own lives and reap our own happiness. Why should we care about what other people think? They can look at us however they like. GMO seemed to be out of tune. In fact, he was sacrificing himself and paying the price of being ridiculed by others to dispel the misgivings in his heart. Huyen Ao sighed. She pulled her hand out and held GMO's arm. They were holding each other's arm. But a man holding a woman's arm and a woman holding a man's arm were two different things. GMO raised his head in surprise. He saw Huyen Ao's calm, smiling eyes. He couldn't help but feel moved. He smiled knowingly. The two of them swaggered through the city arm in arm. They were calm and composed, and they left behind a flabbergasted gaze. The guards of the Huyen clan also found it funny at first, but they felt that these two people were willing to sacrifice themselves for each other, and they took the initiative to become a laughingstock, and the other took the initiative to resolve it. So they were very harmonious. Both of them were tall and short. They were tall and sturdy, and they were thin and weak. But they were walking in a harmonious and natural manner. They were walking in a harmonious manner, and they were walking in a harmonious manner. But the feeling they gave people was slowly changing from funny to respectful. Would I summon up courage like GMO if I were in GMO's shoes because of the unharmonious pairing between the man and the woman? Would I dare to do so if I were in his shoes? Everyone was asking themselves this question, but there was no answer. However, there was one thing that was certain. You can only let your happiness slip away from you if you don't have such courage. And you can't say that you regret it when you regret it in the future. You don't even have the qualifications to say that you regret it because happiness was in your hands at that time, and you give up on it. Therefore, you don't even have the qualifications to say that you regret it. Love doesn't need a reason, and it doesn't need a sense of inferiority. Don't talk about GMO's era. How many people would dare to do such a thing even in our modern times? I really want to say that you don't deserve to love her when I see some men asking their girlfriends not to wear high heels because they are short and their girlfriends are tall. You don't deserve to love her because your heart is shorter than your body. GMO received a hero's welcome when he arrived at the Huyen clan's courtyard. Huyen clan's clan lord Huyen Tian Fong slapped the table. This GMO is a hero. He deserves to be my son-in-law. Huyen Tian Fong immediately set out to see the man his daughter had fallen in love with since he had heard that GMO had arrived. Huyen clan's clan lord's eyes became moist when he saw his daughter and GMO walking hand in hand on the street. He was a man. He obviously knew what men cared about the most. With these two people fighting, it was almost as if the one making a fool of himself was a man. But GMO didn't care at all. Huyen Tian Fong felt that he couldn't do it if he had been in GMO's place. It wasn't easy for GMO to do this. This was a man's responsibility. This was a man's style. Huyen Tian Fong knew that his daughter wasn't ugly. She was clever and skillful. She had a big chest. So, it wasn't wrong to say that she was a great woman's husband. But she had a big frame, and she had the appearance of a man. She had high standards, but she didn't meet the standards of men when it came to choosing a spouse. Huyen Ao Bo was proud and arrogant, but she had already accepted her fate. Otherwise, how could a man like Gao Sheng be worthy of this heroine? Perhaps Gao Sheng hadn't fled the marriage. Instead, Huyen Ao Bo had expressed her unwillingness. His daughter had met GMO now, so he had put down a big load in his heart. They had already eaten dinner that night, but the Huyen clan still held a big banquet to drink with their future son-in-law. The more Huyen Tianfeng looked at his son-in-law, the more satisfied he was with him. The father's son-in-law and his son-in-law crowded around the table and drank to their heart's content. GMO was somewhat restrained at first, but he drank the wine later on. GMO was thin and weak, but his capacity for liquor wasn't careless. Moreover, this was the first time he had visited the Huyen clan, so he couldn't show any weakness. So he drank to his father-in-law's satisfaction. They drank until the middle of the night. Cups and plates were in a mess. Huyen Tian Feng couldn't handle the alcohol, so he got ready to slip away. GMO got drunk later on. In fact, he drank to his heart's content. He saw that his father-in-law had the intention to act shamelessly, so he slapped the table, stood up, and shouted valiantly. Then he pinched his father-in-law's nose and poured the wine down his throat. Everyone was dumbstruck. It seemed as if they had seen a celestial being. The Huyen clan's lord drank the wine down his throat. Then he turned over and drilled under the adjacent table. GMO's hairy son-in-law also picked up the wine and sang 2 lines of a small song. Then he gulped it down with a gulp sound. Then he started to giggle foolishly. He circled the table and finally fell down with a plop sound, and he fell on his father-in-law's body. The next moment, the hairy son-in-law held his father-in-law in his arms. Both of them were snoring loudly. Everyone in the Huyen clan was dumbstruck. Huyen Aobo and her mother hurriedly came out to take a look, and they saw their son-in-law lying under the table with his father-in-law in his arms. There was a satisfied look on his face. The mother and daughter didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They hastily ordered people to separate the two of them, but both of them were drunk. So they were hugging each other tightly. So they had no choice but to lift them up and throw them into the guest room. The next morning, 2 screams were heard from the guest room. These screams almost pierced the blue dome of heaven. Then the 2 of them smashed 2 holes in the guest room with a bang and rushed out. Then the Huyen clan's lord covered his face and ran away in shame. His illustrious reputation had gone down the drain. Only the second Master Ji was left standing in the courtyard, foolishly. He held his head in his hands and tried his best to recall what had happened last night. Second Master Ji had become famous in his father-in-law's family since then. In fact, the old ancestor of the Huyen clan had deliberately ended his closed-door training and had come out to take a look at this hairy son-in-law who had hugged his father-in-law to sleep through the night. This is a freak who has seized the good fortune of the world. Madame Huyen saw her son-in-law the next day. She saw him looking for his father-in-law everywhere, and he found him in the inner hall. The Huyen clan's lord had been hiding in the madame's room, and this guy had found him red-handed. Father-in-law, you didn't do anything to me last night, right? Ji Mo's face was sullen. He was very nervous. He wanted to get to the bottom of this and wanted to find out the truth. Get lost. The Huyen clan's lord roared in anger. Then he ferociously kicked Ji. Madame Huyen hadn't seen her son-in-law's appearance clearly, but this guy had already let out a strange cry and had been kicked away by her husband, and he had turned into a meteor. To be continued. Chapter 645. GMO stayed in the Huyen Han clan. Naturally, this guy wanted to offer his virginity as soon as possible. But how could this be possible? The Huyen clan was also a big clan. He hadn't even gotten married yet. But he wanted to abduct the little watermark of departure into his bed? What a scandal! Huyen Albois also guarded the last hurdle. She wouldn't let this guy break through. GMO had tried many times. He had done everything except for the last hurdle. But the last hurdle was as impregnable as iron. Later, second Master Ji hardened his heart. Damn it! How can I succeed if I don't pay a price? Therefore, he raised his head and drank the bottle of lust dragon's blood that he had asked for from Chu Yang before he left. Then he circulated his martial power until his blood vessels expanded. His whole body became hot. Then he ran to look for Huyen Albois. Albois, it's not good. I took an aphrodisiac. GMO said in a panic. You took an aphrodisiac in my house? Huyen Albois looked at him strangely. How could she not know what this guy was thinking? Yes, and it's the most serious type of lust dragon's blood. Albois, save me. Second Master Ji cried out. His face had turned red. Guards! Huyen Albois shouted. A few guards came over. Take Second Master Ji to the guest room. No one is allowed to go in or out without my permission. Huyen Albois' face was red. She leaned close to Jimo's ear. You took an aphrodisiac? Lust dragon's blood? Fine, stay in the guest room. Jimo's hands and feet suddenly became ice cold. No. Albois, my dear. Oh my God. You can't be, right? Woo. GMO cried. Second Master Ji looked at Huyen Albois, leaving angrily. He wanted to commit suicide. GMO shouldn't have said that this was lust dragon's blood. Even if he had said that it was an ordinary aphrodisiac, it would have succeeded. But Huyen Albois knew that lust dragon's blood wasn't an aphrodisiac. It only had an aphrodisiac effect for men. Although it could make the watermark of departure uncontrollable, it was beneficial and harmless. It would be better to let this guy hold it in for a few days. GMO tried to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. He was locked up in a small, dark room. He was locked up for 3 whole days. 3 days later, Second Master G was finally done. He was out. However, she discovered that she had become extremely sensitive. Whenever she saw a piece of pink clothing, she would immediately stand up. And this weirdo had finally become a celebrity of the Huyen clan. He had taken an aphrodisiac in order to take advantage of her. When this news spread out from the mouths of those guards, Second Master G's name instantly spread far and wide. Of course, the most praiseworthy thing was that he had a thick face that could not be broken by an army of 1,000,000. If it was someone else, they would have been too ashamed to show their face. However, this guy was completely shameless. When someone else mentioned it, he was the first to be happy. Moreover, he was proud of it. The Huyen clan's patriarch sighed incessantly. I finally see it clearly. This son-in-law of mine isn't a man who can take responsibility. He's purely a super shameless person. On this evening, GMO was sitting together with Huyen Aobo and talking when suddenly a piece of news came. The clan lord said this news must be shown to the son-in-law as soon as possible. The guard held the report and stammered, "What news?" GMO received it with great interest. He only took a glance at it. GMO suddenly exploded with rage. Bastard! Bastard AO clan! I will swallow you all alive if my brother suffers even the slightest mishap. Then, Second Master G crazily rushed out. Huyen Aobo panted as she chased after him. But Second Master G had already rushed out on a horse like a whirlwind. His eyes were red. His legs were fiercely clamping the horse's abdomen. He brandished the horsewhip and rushed out without stopping. "Hey, wait for me!" Huyen Aobo shouted. "What are you waiting for? Don't meddle in the affairs of men." GMO's voice came. A man and a horse rushed out like lightning and disappeared into the curtain of the night. The sound of horses' hooves rolled away like muffled thunder. What happened? Huyen Aobo grabbed the guard and asked. The 4 elders of the AO clan launched a surprise attack on the Xia clan. The Xia clan suffered heavy casualties. The main figures fled for their lives, including the son-in-law's brother. The guard replied while trembling with fear. Huyen Aobo cried out in alarm. She turned around and went to the Huyen clan's hall. "I want to go," Huyen Aobo bluntly said to her father. "Has he already left?" Huyen Tianfeng asked. "Yes, he's worthy of being called a hot-blooded man. He can immediately abandon his tender home and throw himself into the danger of his brother without the slightest hesitation." Huyen Tianfeng muttered to himself. Then he said, "You're not the only one who wants to go. Our Huyen clan also wants to go." He resolutely ordered, "Our Huyen clan can't stay out of this chaos in the Jianghu. All the personnel are ready. So we'll set out ahead of time since the outbreak has occurred ahead of time. GMO is standing on that side. We'll stand on that side. Set out." Several hundred people of the Huyen clan rushed out of the Huyen clan's residence under the leadership of the father and daughter after a short while. They then disappeared into the curtain of night. Madame Huyen knelt down in front of the Buddha statue in the manor. She then piously kowtowed. "May the heaven bless my husband and daughter. May they return safely." Smoke rose in spirals. Chu Yang galloped like an arrow from a bow. His black clothes and black robe fluttered in the night wind and issued bang, 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 bang sounds. His eyes were as sharp as swords. They were emitting a ruthless divine light. He tightly pursed his lips and suppressed the emotions in his chest. It seemed as if they were about to explode. However, the corners of his lips were slightly bent, and a trace of heart-palpitating cruelty could be seen in them. The tribulation sword in Chu Yang's dantian seemed to have been infected by the murderous aura in his heart. It had unconsciously gathered together in his dantian and issued a clanging sword cry. Then, an invisible sword energy emitted from Chu Yang's body. Even Chu Yang himself hadn't noticed that the clouds in the sky had been smashed to pieces by the sword energy. Chu Yang and his horse had turned into a black lightning in the dim light of the night. Like a hurricane. "Brother, I'm coming. If you guys are hurt in the slightest, Chu Yang, will slaughter for 3 days." Dozens of miles behind him, Mo Tianji's elegant and calm face was solemn. He just kept on giving orders. "Quick! A little faster! Throw away everything that hinders our speed. Right now, we only need speed." The large group of people and horses moved forward quickly in silence. The sound of horse hooves was like a landslide and a tsunami. They trampled on the darkness of the night. Ji Mo's body was crouched on the horse, and he rushed forward. The night wind fiercely hit his face, but his eyes were wide open, and he didn't even blink. The anger in his whole body was rising. With every passing moment, his anger increased by a little bit. Right now, he felt as if there was boiling lava in his heart. He was anxious. "My brothers, are you okay? You have to hold on. You have to hold on. GMO am coming. Quick, quick, quick." On the main road, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing left the group like meteors. They anxiously rode forward like a hurricane. Their eyes were bloodshot. The tyrannical, murderous aura from their bodies had almost condensed into substance. The fury of the Sword Emperor and the Saber Emperor had filled the entire world. All the passers-by who were carrying sabers and swords along the way found that the sabers and swords on their waists had automatically left their sheaths after these two men had passed by at a high speed. Cold light flashed. The troops of the Gu clan and the Dong clan were far behind them. They had doubled their speed under the urging of Dong Wulei. They had rushed forward without any hesitation. The 2 men and 2 horses were like tornadoes. They were roaring all the way as they rushed to the horizon. The complexions of these 2 men were like iron. They had the same hope in their hearts. "Brother, you have to hold on. We're coming." The matter of the surprise attack on the Xie clan was being discussed in a restaurant in a small town. Everyone was talking about this sudden and violent news with great relish. The complexion of a youth whose entire body was covered with injuries suddenly changed after he heard this. He stood up with a schwa sound and threw down a piece of silver. Then he rushed down the restaurant like a gust of wind. He waved his hand and knocked down a middle-aged man from his horse's back. Then he turned over and mounted his horse. He threw down a piece of gold without turning his head. Then he clamped his legs and rushed out. That middle-aged man fell behind him, and his face was covered with dirt. He started to curse loudly. However, the youth turned a deaf ear to him. He had already gone far away. This youth was Luo Kadi. Second young master Luo's luck wasn't good. He had been attacked twice in a row. He had been seriously injured each time, but he had been lucky enough to escape. He had already consumed the incomplete version of the heavy pill after his first encounter with the ambush. So he had no choice but to endure the second attack. He had been hiding here to heal his injuries. So he hadn't fully recovered yet. When he heard this news, he felt as if his chest was about to explode. He didn't even think about it before rushing out. "My brother has been attacked. I want to go." Luo Kudi's body was riddled with scars. There were still countless wounds that hadn't healed. Blood was constantly seeping out. However, he didn't even blink. He didn't feel any pain at the moment. This second young master Luo had always been laughing and cursing. However, even when he had been attacked and his life was in danger, he had still been laughing and cursing. Even when facing a strong enemy, he had still been able to talk and laugh freely. However, his complexion had become unprecedentedly serious at this moment. An urgency. Brother, nothing must happen to him. Absolutely, absolutely. In another direction, Luo Kuwu was leading the army. He suddenly crushed the information in his hand. Then he gave a thunderous order. Cancel the camping plan. Advance at full speed. The Luo clan had moved. In another direction, the young clan lord of the Ji clan, Jiju, had suddenly rushed out of his comfortable carriage after he had received the news. He kicked the carriage away from the troops, and the road became empty. Then he quickly mounted his horse and roared, "Advance at full speed!" This Grand Duke, Ji, had always been someone who would never stand if he could sit. He would never stand if he could lie down. However, this was the first time in his life that he had made such a move. In a certain place, June Lulu had finished reading the information in her hand. She sighed in a low voice. "Big sister and little you haven't gone into closed-door training yet. But it seems that the dark bamboo has made a move." She was about to give an order when she suddenly saw a person's shadow flash. It was a green shadow. It was Dukyu. She hadn't seen him for many days. "How did you come out?" June Lulu asked in a pleasantly surprised manner. Chapter 646. Tribulation, Sword Master? Tribulation, Sword Master has already appeared? June Lulu suddenly stood up. She knew nothing about Chu Yang. She had never heard of the identity of Tribulation, Sword Master. Duke Yu's eyes flashed. He said gently, "Ah, Lu, there are some things that you better not know. The more you know, the more dangerous it will be." He clasped his hands behind his back and looked out of the window. Things like Tribulation's Sword Master must not get involved. This is a great tribulation that occurs once every 10,000 years. If you get involved, you won't rest until you die. June Lulu nodded as if she understood something. Duke Yu sighed softly. His eyes became clear and indifferent as if he had seen through the world. Then he sucked the falling clouds outside the window into his palm. Tribulation's Sword Master has unified the world for generations. Are you so sure? That pair of eyes in the underworld. You dominate everything and turn the world upside down. But have you seen me, Dukyu? Little Dukyu. June Lulu looked at him worriedly. She suddenly felt that Duke Yu was very strange today. Whether it was the way he spoke or his expression, they were all very different from usual. "I'm fine." Duke Yu smiled faintly. He walked slowly to the window and looked at the white clouds in the sky. His eyes were deep. The sword energy soared into the sky and stirred up the sky. But it allowed me to overcome the bottleneck that I had been stuck in for decades. I had an epiphany and my illness was cured. What do you want to do? Do you want me to assist Tribulation, Sword Master? Duke Yu muttered to himself as a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A strand of black hair fell down from his forehead and fell on his face that was as smooth as jade. Because of this strand of hair that fell down, this green-robed young man suddenly had a languid and elegant scholarly aura. But how can I, Duke Yu, be someone who listens to other people's orders? Duke Yu snorted. If he can't get my approval with his own ability, even if he is Tribulation's Sword Master, what can he do? After thinking for a while, he said slowly, "Order the dark bamboo of the three heavens to pay attention to the war. If we can avoid participating in this chaos, then we should avoid it." "All right," June Lulu agreed. "The aristocratic families of the three heavens are already in chaos. If even the underworld is in chaos, then the three heavens will truly be finished." Duke Yu said calmly, "Your elder sister may come out of her seclusion in a day or two. It's best if she stays at the headquarters." Duke Yu was a little worried. Upper three heavens is so chaotic, it is impossible for upper three heavens to not interfere. Bamboo and I have to take care of both sides. "All right, I'll go and see what's going on." Duke Yu thought about it for a while, but he still couldn't make up his mind. So he said worriedly, Master of Tribulation's sword, if we reveal this to the world, we will be exposed too early. Why is that? Duke, you took the report from June Lulu's hand and glanced at it. Then he waved his sleeve and disappeared without a trace with a flash of green shadow. June Lulu forced a smile and said in her heart, You strictly ordered the dark bamboo not to participate, but you yourself can't wait to jump in. Isn't this self-contradictory? The night was as dark as ink, but it was emitting killing intent and blood. Ao Xiaoyin was covered in blood. There were serious injuries on his chest and back. His legs were dripping with blood. His shoulder had been shattered, and his right leg had been broken. It was hanging limply. His whole body was tied to Rue Butong's back, and he barely didn't fall down. He had almost exhausted all of his willpower to prevent himself from fainting. Put me down! Throw me away! Ao Xiaoyin couldn't help but shout and plead. He said hurriedly, They only want to kill me. Put me down, bastard. Put me down and leave quickly. Shut up! Rue Butong shouted angrily without turning his head. He followed behind Tan Tan and ran quickly. I beg you to put me down. If you don't put me down, we will all die. Ao Xiaoyin pleaded. Leave your lives and avenge me in the future, okay? I beg you. Grandpa. Big brother. Throw me away. Throw me away. Shut up. If you don't shut up, I will strip you naked. Rue Butong's face was ashen. His body was full of injuries, and they looked far more serious than Ao Xiaoyin's. However, he was still able to jump freely and run like the wind. Brother Rue. Ao Xiaoyin's voice became serious. Brother Rue, I, Ao Xiaoyin, have no regrets to make a friend like you in this life. But the situation is like this. If you don't drag me down, all of our people in front of you will die. Why do you have to let so many good brothers die for me? Put me down. If it weren't for the fact that he was tied to Rue Butong's body and had no strength to struggle at all, Ao Xiaoyin would have already struggled on his own. He didn't want to implicate Rue Butong and the others. Rue Butong ran silently. After a long time, he said in a low voice, Big Brother said that when we are alive together, we must live proudly together. If any of us is going to die, and we can't save him, we must also let him die with pride. He said solemnly, and everything that we brothers have done is his pride. Ao Xiaoyin, if you really can't avoid death at the last moment today, I hope that you can step onto the road to the netherworld proudly for our sake. Even if you become a ghost, you must be proud to the end, because we have done our best for you. Even if you are going to die, don't let down our efforts for you at this moment. Rue Butong finished his words in silence. Without another word, he continued to run. Ao Xiaoyin was suddenly stunned. He didn't say a word. After a long time, 2 drops of tears fell from his eyes. However, he bit his lips tightly. He only felt his emotions fluctuating. He had originally thought that as long as he let go of himself and sacrificed himself, he would be able to save them. But at this moment, Ao Xiaoyin felt that when facing such a man and such brothers, his request was tantamount to insulting them. Good brothers, even if I die now. A satisfied and proud smile appeared on Ao Xiaoyin's face. I will definitely be proud. Really. His heart suddenly became boiling hot, and a strange yet soul-warming feeling rose in his heart at this moment. Such brothers, our true brothers. If I, Ao Xiaoyin, don't die today, I will certainly give up my life and soul to integrate into such brothers, because this is a man's most precious wealth regardless of life or death. It is also a man's greatest pride. Ao Xiaoyin didn't speak. Instead, he operated his primary power with all his might, striving to recover some of his strength. You can make me proud even if I die. Can't I, Ao Xiaoyin, make you proud for me? At the same time, he also felt a little strange in his heart. He recalled the battle situation at that time. At that time, Rue Butong had fought 2 Emperor-level experts alone. He had already been seriously injured. Ao Xiaoyin had even heard the sound of Rue Butong's ribs breaking. Moreover, the other party had attacked him with their sabers and swords. He was about to lose his life at the other party's hands. Ao Xiaoyin rushed forward with all his might and knocked him away. However, he himself was seriously injured. Then, Rue Butong rushed back with all his might and once again used his body to take the fatal blow. He grabbed Ao Xiaoyin and flew out. He just happened to catch up with the team that was breaking out of the encirclement. Ao Xiaoyin was fiercely pushed by Ao Xiaoyin, and he finally caught up with the team. Normally, Rue Butong's injuries should be much more serious than his own. However, he was lying on Rue Butong's back at the moment. He couldn't move at all. He was almost on the verge of death. But Rue Butong could still carry me and flee for thousands of miles. What's going on? Tan was carrying Xie Danfeng on his back. He was rolling forward like a gust of wind. He was now at the forefront of the fleeing team. He was leading the direction of their escape. Tan's complexion was unprecedentedly cold. A faint trace of extreme madness was brewing in his pupils, the old ancestor of the Xie clan. Xie Zhiqiu was behind Tan. His entire body was bathed in blood. His snow-white beard was still dripping with blood. He was carrying Xie Danfeng on his back. Both of them clenched their teeth. They didn't say a word. They only rushed forward. They rushed to wherever they went. Xie Danfeng was already unconscious. Xie Danfeng's face was also like gold paper. His whole body was covered with injuries and his breathing was weak. Everyone was battered and exhausted. Tan and Rue Butong were regretting in their hearts. Chu Yang's divine healing medicine was effective for almost everyone. However, it wasn't effective for Tan and Rue Butong. Therefore, both of them had boldly declined when Chu Yang had distributed the incomplete version of the heavy pill. Both of them wanted to ruthlessly slap their own faces now that they thought about it. I can't use it, but someone else can, right? They needed it the most at this time, but they couldn't take it out. The Xie clan had suddenly been attacked. 700 to 800 people had broken out of the encirclement at that time. However, less than 200 people had remained on the run until now. The pursuers had continuously shot concealed weapons during their escape. The night had been hazy. Some of the people who had fallen at the rear of the team had continuously issued blood-curdling screams. They had then fallen down and hadn't been able to crawl up again. The people in the front had felt as if a knife had been twisted in their hearts. They had bitten their lips until they bled, but they hadn't dared to turn back. That's because they would be completely wiped out if they turned back. No one had expected that the enemy's attack this time would be so powerful. They hadn't even used any tricks. They had directly rushed in. They had used their tyrannical martial strength to defeat everyone. They had been routed as soon as they had come into contact with the enemy. Xie Zhiqiu, who was a first-grade monarch-level expert, had fought 3 8th-grade emperor-level experts alone at first, and he had gained the upper hand. However, a mysterious black-clothed and masked man had appeared, and he had announced the destruction of the Xie clan with just one palm. Xie Zhiqiu, who was a first-grade monarch-level expert, had spouted blood and retreated with that one palm. Xie Zhiqiu had been in the Jianghu for many years, so he had immediately realized that he couldn't do anything. Therefore, he had made a prompt decision to break out of the encirclement, and these people had finally escaped. Not even one of them would have been able to escape if they had been a moment late, and they would have waited for the enemy to seize the absolute advantage and form an encirclement. The pressure behind them was still faintly spreading like maggots in the tarsal bone. The distance between them and the enemy was like a dog's fangs. They were only a few miles apart at most. Perhaps the enemy's experts could have caught up with them in such a short distance. However, The enemy was chasing after them at a neither fast nor slow pace. It was clear that they wanted to wait until they were exhausted. Then they would come and take advantage of them. Perhaps they are using us as bait to lure Chuyang and the others to come and support us, so they can catch us all in one fell swoop. But where did the 4 experts of the AO clan get such formidable strength? Perhaps all the experts of the AO clan have turned out in full strength to create such a result. I'm extremely embarrassed. This is the first update of the day. I said that I'm not asking for monthly votes, but I still read between the lines that I'm asking for recommendation votes. Everyone has discerning eyes, so who can't see it? But I was burning with impatience when I saw the monthly votes falling straight down from the sky. I wished that I could use all the treatment methods at once in order to relax my body. After all, yesterday was the last day of the double, so I wanted to work hard. I thought that I would be very relaxed after I'm done. Then I would come back and issue a declaration of explosiveness. I would first ask for monthly votes. Then I would work overtime to write my explosiveness. It's a beautiful dream, but the reality is very cruel. It's the complete opposite. I tried my best to ask the nurse to strengthen me yesterday, but I discovered that my entire body was paralyzed. It seemed as if my waist and crotch had been dislocated. I couldn't even sit for 5 minutes. I was so depressed that I wanted to die. I overreached myself. I was even scolded by the doctor in charge. The doctor said that in a situation like yours, you should be able to recover after a long period of time if you slowly recuperate. But strengthening the stimulation like this is pure nonsense. You're lucky that your nervous system wasn't paralyzed for a few days. I was sweating at that time. It's better to be honest for a while. When I went online today, I thought that I would receive a lot of complaints and curses. But unexpectedly, I received a lot of understanding and tolerance. My eyes immediately became moist. Thank you. Thank you very much. I didn't explode during this period of time, so I'll try my best to grasp the quality. I'll try my best. I won't let everyone feel that you've lost money by subscribing. Perhaps this is the only way I can repay you before I reply. I'm very sorry. Thank you again. I won't open a single chapter. I'll just write it here, because there will be a lot of pirated chapters that won't be forwarded. Many people who don't understand and don't know will come to the original version to abuse me. That's the most disgusting thing that I don't want to see. So I'll explain it here. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 647. Which way are we going? Xie Zhiqiu followed behind Tan Tan and asked while panting. Tan Tan stretched his neck and swallowed the core of a 5th-grade spirit beast that he had just stuffed into his mouth. Then he said without turning his head, "Just follow me. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Let's rush into the forest in front of us at full speed." Tan Tan felt that the inner core of the spirit beast that he had swallowed had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then the strange mark on his forehead fiercely brightened. It seemed as if a flame had suddenly flashed in the deep prairie of a dark night. Xie Zhiqiu had no choice but to ask, because he had discovered that Tan Tan had deviated from the original escape route. He had started to run in the direction of the Songlan battlefront. Rush into the forest? What's the use of rushing into the forest? Xie Zhiqiu muttered, but he didn't say anything else. So he only rushed after Tan Tan with a belly full of anger. No one would feel comfortable in their heart if they were reprimanded by their great-granddaughter's son-in-law. Moreover, Tan Tan's entire body had overflowed with the imposing aura of a king when he had spoken. So Xie Zhiqiu didn't have the strength to refute him. In fact, he couldn't help but feel timid in his heart. There had been nearly 700 people of the AO clan chasing after them, but there were only 400 people left now. However, there were more than 300 black-clothed people in the team. Everyone was wearing black clothes and had their faces covered. Senior Zhuge, why don't we rush to kill them in a spurt of energy? Ao Langyan knitted his brows and asked a black-clothed man beside him. A long delay may lead to many dreams. It would be very bad if their reinforcements arrive. The one you want to kill is Ao Xiayin, and we're waiting for their reinforcements, that Senior Zhuge said in a deep voice. Then his eyes flashed. You juniors won't be forgiven if you delay our plan this time. Ao Langyan's complexion changed. He could only agree. Even he didn't understand why such a big helper had suddenly fallen from the sky. So many experts of the Zhuge clan of the upper three heavens had inexplicably appeared. Moreover, they had looked for him at first. Moreover, they had single-handedly planned an attack on the Xie clan. He didn't understand it, but it was exactly what he had hoped for. The four leaders of the Zhuge clan were looking at each other at this moment. They were discussing, "Did you find anything?" "I didn't find anything." "I didn't find anything either. This is really strange." The display of the spirit slaughtering blade should be in the Xie family, but they still haven't found anything after chasing these people away for so long? The leader had a deep look in his eyes. Wait, reinforcements. Could it be that someone put something there? He's not here. That's the only way. Everyone chased in silence. That old bastard from the sacred clan wouldn't be lying to us, right? Another black-robed man said in a low voice. No, that kind of torture is something that even a Jizuan wouldn't be able to endure. However, it should be true that he doesn't know the specifics. The leader of the black-clothed men said in a heavy voice, "Judging from the situation of the past 3 days, the mysterious awakener should be no more than these few people. The first one is that king of Helchu. The second one is probably Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Rue Butong, GMO, and Luo Kadi. Only a few of them managed to improve tremendously during this period of time. Yes, Big Brother is right. I think that Rue Butong is the most suspicious. With his injuries, even if he is a monarch-level expert, he shouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Yet he is still alive and kicking. Let's wait. It's best to gather these people together and catch them all in one go. That way, we will definitely be able to find him. If we kill these people and there's no one, the others will definitely run away. Then it won't be easy to find him. Yes, the great tribulation of the 9 heavens. In addition to this awakener, there's also the tribulation swordmaster. This is a headache. Fortunately, I was able to get the news before this awakener awakened. Otherwise, the upper 3 heavens would have been done for if he had fully awakened. One is the master of Calamity Sword, and the other is the Devil King. Big Brother is right. Big Brother, aren't the elders in the clan searching for the Tribulation Sword Master? Is there any news now? The mysteries of the heavens are vague and difficult to detect. Especially during this period of time, the mysteries of the heavens are in chaos. There's even less evidence. The leader of the black-clothed men said, "However, if we can control this awakener, then finding the Tribulation Sword Master won't be a problem." Yes. Everyone's footsteps didn't stop. They discussed for a while and dispersed. Your Ao clan can go ahead and kill a few people, but be careful not to kill all of them. The leader of the black-clothed men looked at Ao Langyan and said, "There are too many people now. It's not good to always be in a mess. Let's go and kill some of them first." Ao Langyan's spirit shook as he said, "All right." Then he turned around and issued an order. The experts of the Ao clan rushed out from the crowd and rushed to the front. They chased after the fleeing troops of the Xie clan like a gust of wind. The 4 8th grade Emperor-level experts took the lead. Pay attention to the detection of the awakeners on the battlefield. Several people of the Zhuge clan made eye contact with each other. A strange and evil knife appeared in their hands at the same time. It was only the length of a finger. However, the entire body of the knife light was flowing like a liquid. Slaughtering spirit blade. This was a tool specially used to detect the Divine Clan. The Zhuge clan had spent a great deal of effort to research and manufacture this tool to deal with the 3 stars Divine Clan. Kill! AO clan's Emperor-level expert Kai Xiaocheng roared. He took a few big steps in the air and landed in the middle of the fleeing crowd of the Xie clan. His left hand held the sword in his right hand, and he attacked with all his strength. Where do you think you're going? Li Changlong's blue robe fluttered in the wind. He overtook Tan Tan, who was at the front of the group, by 200 feet and blocked the road. 2 whooshing sounds were heard. The other 2 8th grade Emperor-level experts also flew down and stood side by side with Li Changlong. Tan Tan and Xie Zhiqiu stopped at the same time. Xie Zhiqiu stopped for a moment. Then he flew up and pounced forward. I must open a bloody path as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Xie clan will be done for if the road ahead gets blocked. Tan Tan's strange face twisted. He turned his head and swallowed 2 spirit beast cores. Then he rushed forward. Li Changlong laughed out loud and came forward to greet him. Meanwhile, Xie Zhiqiu and the other 2 Emperor-level experts were fighting in an earth-shattering manner. Dust and smoke were flying in the air. When they were less than 100 feet away from the forest, they were stopped here. Xie Danfeng was seriously injured. She had been lying on Tan Tan's back. Tan Tan was running away. He was using one of his hands to heal her injuries. She felt a bit better now. Tan Tan was fighting fiercely at this moment. His body was constantly changing positions. The range of his movements was too big. So she finally woke up. She opened her eyes and saw a blue-robed old man fighting with Tan Tan in front of her. Tan Tan was at an absolute disadvantage at this moment. So she couldn't help but be shocked. Tan Tan had been running away for a long time. Moreover, he was seriously injured. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Li Changlong was an 8th grade Emperor-level expert, so he was much stronger than Tan Tan. So he had completely suppressed Tan Tan. Tan Tan would have been in danger if it weren't for the Zhuge clan's strict order not to kill the main characters of this team. Puff! Tan Tan's chest was fiercely hit by a palm strike. He spouted a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. Li Changlong's eyes flashed with a cruel light. However, he didn't relax. Tan looked as if he was about to fall to the ground, but he fiercely tilted his body at the last moment and landed heavily on the ground. His face was dripping with blood. However, Xie Danfeng was safe and sound on his back. Xie Danfeng suddenly felt grief in her heart. She shouted, "Put me down! Put me down!" Tan spat out the soil in his mouth. Then he turned over and jumped up. He ignored Xie Danfeng's pleading. He faced Li Changlong and brazenly attacked. Bang! 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 Both of them exchanged 3 moves in a row. Then Tan was sent flying again. However, he couldn't turn over completely this time. He only turned his body sideways and fiercely crashed into a big tree. Tan's left arm and 3 ribs on his left chest were broken at the same time with a few cracking sounds. However, he firmly held his body. He didn't allow Xie Danfeng to receive the slightest impact or injury on his back. Xie Danfeng burst into tears and burst into tears. "Don't cry." Tan spoke in a rare, serious, and deep voice. "I'm a man. If I can't even protect my own woman, or if I can't protect her, then what kind of man am I? I'm going to die today. It's my responsibility as your man. Why are you crying?" Tan shouted in a stern voice. Xie Danfeng didn't dare to cry out loud again, but more tears flowed down her cheeks. "What a good man. I'd like to see how you act like a man." Li Changlong sneered and shot his palm. This Emperor-level expert had been framed as a sex fiend by Chu Yang. His heart throbbed for no reason when he saw this scene. However, he didn't show any mercy in his attack. His palm was aimed at Tan's right shoulder. Tan's right shoulder would have been shattered by the wind of his palm. Moreover, it would have also sent Xie Danfeng flying. Li Changlong couldn't bear to see lovers ever since his mentality had changed. You're in love with each other? See how I break up a pair of lovebirds. I don't believe that a man can choose love when he's faced with certain death. Humph! A strong wind whooshed as he shot his palm. Tan couldn't avoid it. Don't hurt my man! Xie Danfeng crazily screamed. She was dripping with tears. She suddenly broke free from Tan's back and used her head to fiercely collide with Li Changlong's right palm. Li Changlong was gobsmacked. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. It seemed as if some part of his heart had been touched at this moment. So, his palm couldn't help but slow down. Tan screamed miserably. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he used his broken left shoulder to fiercely hit the tree. His body twisted, and one could even hear the cracking sounds of his broken ribs breaking into several pieces. However, he didn't have the time to delay. He pushed Xie Danfeng away and used his chest to fiercely meet Li Changlong's right palm. Puff! Tan's body was thrown up like an embroidered ball. He landed on the ground and barely used his remaining strength to turn over. However, he still used his body as a cushion on the ground. Xie Danfeng's body fell down and fell on Tan's body. Another rib broke with a crack sound. Tan's eyes emitted a crazy and affectionate ray of light. He whispered, "Go! Go quickly!" Then, he fiercely pushed Xie Danfeng down from his body. He used the last of his strength to push her away. His scarred body miraculously stood up again and stood in front of Li Changlong. No one can hurt her if I don't die. Chapter 648. Blood-curdling screams could be heard all around. Blood splattered everywhere, filling the night sky with the smell of blood. Li Changlong looked at Tan. Tan's entire body was bathed in blood. His appearance was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, the fierce look in Tan's eyes had almost condensed into a solid substance. Therefore, a palpitating feeling welled up from the bottom of Li Changlong's heart. Xie Danfeng staggered 2 steps as she was pushed by Tan. However, she didn't run away as she had been told. Instead, she suddenly stood still. Then she turned her head and foolishly looked at Tan's back. Her eyes were filled with happiness. Yes, in such a hopeless situation, Xie Dan's phoenix eyes didn't show any sorrow, despair, or fear of death. There was only sweetness and happiness. Why haven't you left yet? Tan roared violently. I'm not leaving. I'm scared. Xie Danfeng sadly said, I'm scared. What if we don't die together and we get separated on the road to the Yellow Springs? I'm all alone with no one to protect me. Even if I become a ghost, I'm still afraid. I've never tasted this kind of protection before, so I'm not afraid of anything. But now, I know that I want to be protected by you. Xie Danfeng bit her lips. Her eyes were overflowing with tenderness. Her deathly pale face was faintly discernible under the flickering saber and sword lights. Therefore, Tan, let us die together if we have to die. That would be so blissful. Xie Danfeng sighed as if she had nothing else to ask for. Stupid woman. Stupid woman. Tan gnashed his teeth and cursed. How can you be so stupid? Xie Danfeng's body swayed a bit. She then smiled and said, It's better if I'm a bit stupid. I'm afraid that you won't want me if I become smart. Tan faced upwards and roared. A mouthful of bright blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. He then shouted, Woman, you'll die after I die. You know, I don't want a bunch of ghosts to point at my back and say, This bastard can't even protect his own wife. Do you understand? The reason I practice martial arts is to protect. Protect you. Protect my master. Protect my senior brother. Protect him. Xia Dan Feng nodded obediently. Don't worry. I'll keep my eyes open before you die. But I'll take my last breath with you when you close your eyes, regardless of life or death. Don't even think about abandoning me. Tan felt a surge of hot blood in his chest. He suddenly started to pant for breath. It seemed as if an indescribable emotion had suddenly brewed and accumulated in his heart, and it made his entire body feel as if it was about to explode. Li Changlong stood in front of them. However, it seemed as if neither of them had seen this life-or-death enmity. However, Li Changlong suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning when Tan had said those words. A wave of agony surged through his heart. It was as if a soft spot in the depths of his heart had been ruthlessly struck. Li Changlong found it difficult to breathe at this moment. His lofty and insufferably arrogant body suddenly stooped and curled up into a ball. The reason I practice martial arts is to protect. Protect you, protect master. Protect. I practice martial arts in order to protect. Li Changlong muttered, Then who am I protecting? Where are the people who need my protection now? Li Changlong's eyes suddenly became perplexed. His body swayed a bit. It seemed as if a huge mountain had suddenly pressed down on his body, and he couldn't breathe under the pressure. Don't even think about abandoning me, dead or alive. Xia Dan Feng's voice came from a very close distance, but it seemed to have come from an incomparably distant place in Li Changlong's ears. It was incomparably indistinct, yet it was clearly transmitted. It seemed as if another person was whispering to Li Changlong, Don't even think about abandoning me, dead or alive. Don't even think about abandoning me, dead or alive. The reason I practice martial arts is to protect. Ah. Li Changlong suddenly raised his head. His expression was mournful as he roared towards the boundless blue dome of heaven with all his might. His face was distorted. His eyes were filled with grief and regret. He suddenly held his head with both of his hands. Then he faced upwards and crazily roared. 2 lines of tears suddenly flowed out of his eyes. The agony in his heart had completely submerged him at this moment. The distant memories of the past suddenly welled up in his mind in a split second. This is true love. I used to have it. I used to have it. I used to have it. I was just a little boy at that time. My neighbor was a little girl like her. She wasn't very good-looking, but she was very gentle. We were childhood sweethearts. We grew up together. We both knew that we were going to accompany each other for the rest of our lives. I would have lived an ordinary and happy life if nothing had happened. She and her father had agreed to marry me when I had proposed marriage at the age of 17. We had been drinking at her house that day. We had gotten drunk, but we had been very happy. But we had seen a wedding when we had gone out the next morning. A young man was pulling a carriage with a snow-white horse. His bride was in the carriage. The bride's face was full of happiness and satisfaction. I felt inferior at that moment. I felt angry. I suddenly remembered that the woman I loved had never sat in a carriage in her entire life, let alone her own carriage. I thought at that moment that I wanted to make money. I wanted to struggle. I wanted to earn a carriage for the woman I loved. I wanted her to happily sit in that carriage and enter our home. This was my dream. I started to work hard for this dream. I kept working hard. Then I realized that I didn't know how to do business. Moreover, I didn't have strength. Strength. Yes, as long as I had strength, I would not only be able to earn a carriage, but I would also be able to protect my woman. So I wanted strength. So I started to look for every opportunity. I left with my master without hesitation when he appeared. Pan, wait for me. I will become a great hero and come back to marry you. That was what I said before I left. Pan had said at that time, I don't want you to become a great hero. I only want you to be by my side, okay? But I didn't agree. I only asked, wait for me to come back. Then I left. Yes, I fought for my woman in the beginning. Always. But I don't know when I started to lose myself in this Jianghu. I always felt that I wasn't strong enough. I couldn't protect the people around me. So I kept on practicing. I was passionate about killing. I was passionate about revenge. I kept on attacking, but I forgot my original intention. It was only a carriage. It was only a carriage. When I finally achieved something and came to my senses, I went back to marry my bride. At that time, I had already made up my mind. Pan, no matter how old or ugly you become, I will marry you. I will marry you. But when I went back, I only saw a lonely grave. There were only 2 words on the grave. Pan. I don't know. Is that your name? Or is that your hope for me? Pan. Is it Pan? Or is it hope? I heard from the villagers that you didn't marry anyone your whole life. You were always waiting for me. I waited until your bones were thin. I waited until your heart was broken. When you breathed your last, your hand was still clutching the only hairpin that I gave you that year. Until your death, you didn't complain a single word. You didn't say a single word. You died, but your lonely grave was still waiting. It was still praying. At that time, I already had a carriage. Moreover, it was at my fingertips. But who would sit in my carriage? I already had the ability to protect you. But you, where are you? I practice martial arts in order to protect. But who do I want to protect? Li Changlong let out a long and loud roar. It seemed as if he wanted to shout out all the pain and regret in his heart. But the more he shouted, the more pain he felt in his heart. In fact, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Tears started to roll down his cheeks, especially when he was faced with this pair of lovers. One would protect his lover at all costs. The other would stay with his lover even in a desperate situation. They would stay together regardless of life or death. Li Changlong suddenly understood. He suddenly understood what Pan had said that year. He suddenly understood what Pan had hoped for when she had been lying on the bed at her last gasp. How much unwillingness and regret had she taken away when she had breathed her last, and how much attachment had she felt? Wasn't Pan like Xia Danfeng at that time? She didn't ask for her man to be more powerful than everyone else. She only wanted him to be together, or die together, even if he couldn't protect her. That was enough. Being together is the greatest happiness. Tan and Xia Danfeng are on the verge of death, but they are much happier than me in comparison to my own mistakes. They are 10,000 times happier. Li Changlong curled up in pain. He suddenly had a strong desire. Go back at this moment. Go back to Ponpon's side. Even though that place is only a lone grave overgrown with weeds. But I want to go back. He groaned. Then he suddenly roared, Go. Go quickly. I will kill you if you don't go. Tan hadn't expected that the powerful enemy in front of him would suddenly lose his mind at such a critical moment. However, he didn't have time to think about it. He pulled Xia Danfeng's hand, and the 2 of them staggered as they rushed over. They rushed past Li Changlong. Tan's severed arm patted Li Changlong's lapel as they rushed past him. But Li Changlong didn't seem to feel it. He stared blankly, and his eyes were full of pain. Go quickly! Xia Zhiqiu's body shook. He then clashed with the 2 Emperor-level experts. Those 2 Emperor-level experts were sent flying like embroidered balls under the full-strength attack of this Monarch-level expert. Xia Zhiqiu spouted blood. He then rushed over with Xia Danqiong on his back. He grabbed Tan with his left hand and grabbed Xia Danfeng with his right hand. His eyes were glaring angrily. He then rushed into the woods while coughing up blood. 50 people of the Xia clan had died behind him. The remaining less than 100 people rushed out of the gap on Li Changlong's side and rushed into the woods. Rue Butong's entire body was bathed in blood. He was carrying Ao Xiayin on his back. He was vomiting blood as he rushed in. Li Changlong allowed the crowd to rush past him. He remained indifferent. In fact, some people had become bloodthirsty. They had casually slashed him when they had passed by him, but he hadn't moved. He had let that saber slash his shoulder and get embedded in it. Chapter 649. Brotherly. Brotherly. Kai Shaocheng was scared out of his wits as he rushed over. He thought that Li Changlong had used some kind of evil technique. Li Changlong raised his head in a daze. Kai Shaocheng was startled. He took 3 steps back. Li Changlong's face had become densely wrinkled at this moment. He looked senile and senile. His lifeless eyes suddenly emitted a bright light as he muttered, "I practice martial arts in order to protect. Pan, I want to go back. I want to go back." Li Changlong suddenly stood up and roared crazily towards the sky. Kai Shaocheng was at a loss. The leader of the black-clothed and masked men of the Zhuge clan calmly put down his hand. Several hundred blue needles had quietly disappeared from his palm. This Li Changlong has suddenly lost his mind, but this is also good. I don't have to deal with him personally. He calmly pondered in his heart. This bastard of the AO clan almost wiped out this group of people in one fell swoop. He's simply hateful. Remember to keep your distance. Another black-clothed and masked man glared at him. He then scolded AO Langyan, "Are you blind or deaf? We asked you to chase after them. We didn't ask you to kill them all. Why would you wait until now if you wanted to kill them all? Bastard." AO Langyan was so angry that his vision turned dark. He almost couldn't restrain the anger in his heart. So he retorted sarcastically, but he was stopped by AO Mengyan in the end. "We only want to kill AO Xieyan. Let them do as they please. It's fine as long as AO Xieyan dies in the end." Humph! AO Langyan heavily snorted. The complexions of the 4 black-clothed and masked men of the Zhuge clan changed at this moment. Their eyes emitted a cautious look as they looked towards the distant sky. They saw that an awe-inspiring pressure had suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It seemed as if a sharp sword had cut through the air. The sky had been densely covered with black clouds, but a bright starlight had suddenly appeared in the distant sky. It was a fury that had soared to the sky, and it had completely cut through the black clouds. The 4 men were shocked at the same time. They looked at each other. Then one of them asked in a low voice, "Who is this?" His question was obviously nonsense. After all, they were so far away. So, no one knew who this person was. However, one thing was for sure. This person was extremely terrifying. The leader of the masked men in black pondered. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. "Did we attract the catastrophe, Sword Master, when we chased after the awakened ones?" As soon as these words were spoken, the few people who were rushing forward suddenly came to a halt. What followed was a deathly silence. Suddenly they sensed something and turned around at the same time. Far away behind him, another sharp sword chi soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the dark clouds in that area were swept away. The 2 sword energies, one from the south and one from the north, faced each other from a distance. Suddenly, the wind that blew through the sky became so sharp that it seemed as if it was going to tear his face apart. One from the south and one from the north. 2 streams of sword energy that could cut through the sky appeared in the air. It was as if 2 peerless swordsmen had agreed to a battle. Currently, they were both unsheathing their sharp swords and preparing for battle. It was just preparation. If they already had such power, then when the 2 of them really fought, how earth-shattering would it be? After a short while, the 2 sword chis retracted. However, the pressure in the air was getting thicker and thicker. "It's definitely not the catastrophe, Sword Master," another masked man in black said. "As everyone knows, there's only one catastrophe, Sword Master. But now there are obviously 2. The leader of the masked men in black nodded slightly and said, "It seems that I've sensed wrongly. However, isn't it strange that such two peerless swordsmen could appear in these three heavens? The so-called laws of the heavens can only restrict ordinary people. Big Brother, with our status, we naturally know that some transcendental existences are not restricted by the so-called laws of the heavens." "That's true. Let's go and chase after them." In the distance, Chu Yang stared at the place where the sword cheese appeared. The dark clouds in the starry sky were slowly gathering back. It was as if the stage that had just been opened was slowly closing again. Chu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. That was the direction of the Lake of Despair, the fourth fragment of the catastrophe sword. Chu Yang's heart flashed. He still rushed in the direction where the Xie clan had escaped. He loosened his grip, and an invisible falcon flew out of his hand. With Mo Tianji's information network, it was indeed a lot more convenient. The people of the Xie clan rushed into the dusky forest. Tan took out 5 inner cores of spirit beasts while coughing blood. Then he swallowed them. Then he felt that they weren't enough. So he took out 5 more and swallowed them. Go straight ahead. Don't turn around." Tan's eyes flashed with a bright light as he resolutely ordered. "Don't turn around?" Xie Zhiqiu asked reluctantly. "Don't turn around," Tan heavily said. The group of people rustled and disappeared into the forest. The people of the Ao clan chased after them. Ao Langyin took the lead and rushed to the front. He didn't want to stay with those masked men in black at this time. He also understood one thing: the opposite party has a purpose. So, it's impossible to use today's matter to form a relationship with the opposite party. The Ao clan was ranked first in the 3 heavens. However, it wasn't enough in the eyes of a colossus like the Zhuge clan. Ao Langyin and the others felt that something was wrong as soon as they rushed in. There was something strange about this forest. Rustling sounds could be heard from all directions. They were fragmented and concentrated. Then, something seemed to fall down from above everyone. A king-level expert of the Ao clan extended his hand and grabbed his head. He couldn't help but scream when he saw what it was. There was a small, dark green snake squirming in the palm of his hand. There were also 2 caterpillars, 4 or 5 ants, and a bedbug. "What's going on?" he screamed. Then he threw these things away as if he had received an electric shock. No one answered him because everyone who had come in had encountered the same thing. The rustling sounds continued from all directions. They were getting louder and louder. It seemed as if it was a dense drizzle in an autumn night. The next moment, it seemed as if the ground had been turned over. Countless earthworms, rats, vipers, ants covered the ground in a layer. Whether it was ants or rats, they were using their only means of attack to crazily attack these people who had suddenly intruded into the forest. Everyone was beating them in a flurry. A buzzing sound echoed from afar. It seemed as if a large group of hornets had lined up in a row. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they descended. They couldn't wait to launch an attack even before they arrived. "What's going on? What's going on?" Ao Langyin was beating them in a flurry. Everyone had profound primary power in their bodies, so these things naturally couldn't cause any harm to them. In fact, these guys wouldn't be able to bite even a little bit of skin even if they exhausted themselves to death. However, these things were covering the sky and covering the earth. Everyone's collars were piled up in an instant. That kind of disgusting feeling was driving them crazy. Moreover, their feet felt soft every time they took a step. It seemed as if they were stepping on something, and 3 or 4 vipers would recklessly wrap around their feet every time they took a step. This is fucking strange. Kai Shaocheng was beating them. He was cursing. How can such a bizarre thing happen? Don't worry about these little things. Let's rush forward with all our strength. Another Emperor-level expert propped up the protective domain. His face was sullen. Who would have thought that they would need to activate the Emperor-level domain to deal with these ants? However, it would be disgusting if they fell on the neck and fell on the skin if they didn't activate it. Even if they died from the shock, this forest wasn't small. But these little things seemed to be increasing in number as everyone moved forward. Soon, a thick layer of them had accumulated under everyone's feet. The people of the Juga clan came in after them. The black-robed leader was pleasantly surprised when he saw this terrifying phenomenon. It seemed that even his spirit had been uplifted. He shouted, "Sure enough, they're here. We've chased them for so long, but nothing unusual has happened. We almost let them escape. Chase after them and capture them alive. Don't kill any of them. The awakened one must be among them." He was finally sure now that awakened one of the 3 stars divine clan must be among them. But why didn't that slaughtering spirit blade have the slightest reaction? The 4 people looked at the knife in their hands. They were speechless. They were at a loss about this matter. Tan only felt that all the injured places on his body were itching. They were squirming. The ruthless mood in his heart seemed to be slowly breaking out of its cage. His pupils had unconsciously turned blood red. It seemed as if a murderous aura that had been dormant for thousands of years and a madness that had been dormant for thousands of years was gradually awakening. Countless small animals rushed out in a hurry. They sacrificed themselves even if they had to be trampled on. They had to stall for a moment. Tan's body was getting hotter and hotter. Eventually, a flash appeared on Tan's forehead. It seemed as if that strange mark had become a little bigger. Then it flashed 3 times in a row. Tan suddenly faced upwards and roared. His body suddenly emitted a wisp of black gas that was darker than the dark night. It was steaming and dense. It shrouded Tan's body. It was so dark that one couldn't even see his own fingers. Tan's body seemed to have suddenly disappeared in this black fog. The people of the Juga clan swarmed in. These people were all experts. The people of the Ao clan couldn't compare with them. They had already caught up with the people of the Siek clan, who were advancing in a straight line. The black-robed leader looked at the black fog that had suddenly steamed in the dense forest several hundred feet away. His eyes emitted a complacent look. He insipidly said, "Unfortunately, you're too late." He waved his hand, "Go." 2 long and loud roars suddenly resounded outside the forest at this moment. One of them was a sharp sword energy, and the other was a sharp saber light. 2 furious, murderous auras pierced through the forest. Then a sword light shone brilliantly, and a saber light bloomed violently. At the same time, they rushed into the forest with unstoppable force. Everywhere they passed, it was like 2 huge balls of light had turned everything in their way into powder. A big tree that required 3 people to wrap their arms around had turned into dust in an instant. The eyes of that black-robed man of the Juga clan emitted a shocked light. He stopped and said in amazement, "Pure Sword Emperor and Pure Saber Emperor! How can such people appear in the last 3 days?" The other person was also surprised. He subconsciously muttered, "Sword Emperor and Saber Emperor are natural enemies. How can these 2 people come in side by side?" 2 furious voices resounded like thunderclaps in the midst of the sword energy and saber light. It seemed as if 2 lightning bolts had illuminated the entire sky. "Who dares to hurt my brother?" Chapter 650. The saber and sword transformed into 2 bolts of lightning and thunder. They flashed from outside the forest and then rushed in. It didn't matter if it was a human body, a tree, or even a small animal in front of them. They were all crushed into powder without exception. Blood fell like rain, like mist, drifting down in a swirl. Gudushing, Dong Wushang, Sword Emperor and Saber Emperor. These 2 had made a long and arduous journey, so their physical strength had been somewhat overdrawn. However, Their spirit and murderous aura had been stimulated to the peak during this long and arduous journey. It was a kind of ferocious, imposing aura that could even split the sky in front of them with a saber and cut it into pieces with a sword. This imposing aura was a kind of madness without any reason, and it was hysterical. Even the 4 monarch-level experts of the Zhuge clan couldn't help but flash when they saw the imposing aura of the Sword Emperor and the Saber Emperor at this moment. They couldn't help but dodge. This dodge of the Zhuge clan's people didn't matter, but the backs of the Ao clan's people were illuminated by the saber and sword of the Sword Emperor and Saber Emperor. Gu Duxing's black dragon sword shone with bright rays of light. It arrived behind a king-level expert of the Ao clan first. Then, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. It spread out like a thick fog. Gu Duxing's entire body was clad in black clothes. Then he fiercely rushed out of the blood fog. His black dragon sword was still like a long and shining dragon. It unreasonably plowed a bloody passage in the ranks of Ao clan. Gu Duxing broke through the crowd of the Ao clan with a flash of light and landed in front of Rue Butong. He didn't have time to say anything. He had already turned around when he landed. His back was facing Rue Butong, and he was facing Ao Langyan. It was as if a heaven-shaking divine sword had appeared with an awe-inspiring, murderous intention. The sword's edge swept away everything in its path. On the other side, Dong Wushang's saber came chopping down even more ferociously. 1 slash from the top, 1 slash from the bottom, 1 slash from the left, and 1 slash from the right. This slash was inevitably accompanied by a loud shout. It seemed as if the entire forest was trembling along with this loud shout. He didn't rush in like Gu Duxing. Instead, he used his supreme power to forcibly break open a bloody path, 1 step at a time. Cut open a bloody path. 1 slash. A king-level expert in front of him blocked it. Clang! Both the man and the sword were cleanly cut in half. He swept his saber to the right, and with a loud shout, another man was cut in half along with his sword at the waist. Dong Wushang's majestic figure charged over just like that. Anyone who stood in his way would be slashed. The saber struck without any injuries. Death was certain. Dong Wushang suddenly slashed his saber again when he saw that he was about to break out of the encirclement. He hacked a 3rd-grade Emperor-level expert of the Ao clan along with his sword and sent him flying. The 3rd-grade Emperor-level expert spat out blood, and his sword shattered into pieces. Dong Wushang had already shouted, "Rue Butong!" Rue Butong shouted excitedly, "4th brother! I'm still here." All right. Dong Wushang slashed his saber again and chopped the enemy in front of him into a rolling gourd. He then shouted, "Tan Tan!" "Tan Tan is still here. He's recuperating," Rue Butong hastily replied. He knew that Dong Wushang couldn't open his mouth at this moment. Dong Wushang would probably go crazy if he didn't answer. "Xia Dan Qiong!" Dong Wushang shouted as he slashed his saber. He called out the names of his brothers. Xia Dan Qiong struggled to shout on Xia Zhiqiu's back, "I'm still here." Ao Xia Yin. Dong Wushang fiercely slashed his saber and chopped down the last enemy in front of him. Then he walked over with large strides. "I'm here," Ao Xia Yin replied in a weak voice. "Good. Ha 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 ha." Dong Wushang faced upwards and laughed heartily. Then he turned around like a whirlwind. His tall and sturdy body looked like an iron tower. He stood in front of Ao Langyan and the others like an immovable mountain. Ao Langyan and the others suddenly felt that a lofty mountain had suddenly appeared between them and Ao Xia Yin. Dong Wushang raised his black saber horizontally. Then he slightly pointed it forward and shouted, "So it's you! Just by relying on you. Who do you think you are?" Ao Langyan couldn't help but fiercely take a step back. The 3 youngsters behind him exposed a solemn look in their eyes. They were in a hostile position. However, they still felt their minds waver in the face of Dong Wushang's innate heroic and overbearing aura. A kind of strong appreciation rose in their hearts. "You're Dong Wushang? The new saber emperor of the Dong clan, Dong Wushang?" Ao Yuyin didn't conceal the admiration in his eyes as he asked. "Who else deserves the name Dong Wushang apart from me?" Dong Wushang's eyes flickered with fierce lightning. He faced upwards and laughed wildly. His wild and overbearing aura seemed to have the power to swallow the wind and the clouds. "Who else in the entire heavenly layer apart from me? Dong Wushang? Even a supreme expert can have my spirit." These words were extremely arrogant. However, even the 4 monarch-level experts of the Zhuge clan nodded in agreement. They thought, "These words are very reasonable. They are absolutely true." There were countless people whose cultivation was higher than Dong Wushang's in the entire heavenly layer. The people who could easily kill Dong Wushang were as many as the stars in the sky. However, there wasn't a single person who could have Dong Wushang's innate heroic spirit, including the supreme experts. This was the kind of person who would resist independently even in the face of all living things in the world. Moreover, even if he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, he would still have the idea of victory. Dong Wushang was the only one in the entire world who had such an imposing aura and such an overbearing aura. Ao Langyin snorted and insipidly said, "So what if you're the only one in the entire heavenly layer? You're still king of Hell Chu's slave." Dong Wushang's eyes flickered. He laughed wildly. "How can someone like you comment on whether I, Dong Wushang, am a slave or not? Tell me your name. Second Master Dong should consider whether I'll use the back of my saber or the edge of my saber when I kill you." Rue Butong couldn't help but laugh behind his back. "You're going to die either way. So, why would you choose the edge of your saber and the back of your saber?" Dong Wushang glared at him, "Bastard. What if I let his filthy blood stain my saber's edge?" He laughed loudly. "I, Dong Wushang's saber, will kill all the heroes in the world. How can my saber cut trash? That would be a supreme insult to my treasured saber." Ao Langyin trembled with anger. He clenched his teeth and said, "Dong Wushang, I, Ao Langyin, will kill you with my own hands." Ao Langyin. Dong Wushang looked at him disdainfully. He then laughed out loud. "It seems that I can only use the back of my saber to kill you." Ao Langyin was mad with anger. Suddenly a voice was heard. "My clan's misfortune has implicated all my brothers. Brother Dong, you're flattering this bastard, even if you use the back of your saber. Let me clean up the clan." A man walked out from behind Dong Wushang with heavy steps as he spoke. He then stood side by side with Dong Wushang. It was Ao Xiayin. Gu Duxing had rushed over and turned around. He had taken out the incomplete version of the heavy pill from his jade token. Then, he quickly stuffed it into Ao Xiayin's mouth. It wasn't that he didn't consider the others. It was because Ao Xiayin's injuries were the most serious. Moreover, this assassination was a family matter of Ao clan. So, Ao Xiayin had no choice but to come forward. Ao Xiayin would be justified as long as he came forward. Moreover, the conflict with Ao clan wouldn't reach the point of no return even if all these people were killed. Therefore, Gu Duxing had rushed in first to give the medicine. Then, Dong Wushang attracted everyone's attention in one fell swoop. He created the conditions for Gu Duxing and created time for Ao Xiayin, Sword Emperor and Saber Emperor. These two people didn't have any communication. However, their cooperation was flawless. Ao Xiayin had finally recovered a part of his vitality. He hadn't fully recovered yet, but the effects of the heavy pill were still ongoing. Therefore, he stepped forward and looked at the members of Ao clan behind Ao Langyin, Ao Yuyin, and the others with his sharp eyes. Then he gloomily said, could it be that you want to rebel? Everyone had followed their lords here to kill Ao Siayun and let their lords take the throne. However, the upright young clan lord of Ao clan was standing in front of them safe and sound at this moment. So, everyone felt somewhat guilty in their hearts. So, they lowered their heads one after another. Ao Lang Yun became anxious in his heart. He then shouted, Ao Siayun, you're like a stray dog right now. Even your own loyal subordinates have been thoroughly buried. What qualifications do you have to occupy the position of young clan lord? How can our Ao clan have a prodigal son like you? Go, kill him for me. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves echoed from afar like muffled thunder. It was obvious that a large group of people was rushing over here. Almost all the people of Ao clan were here. It was impossible for the people of Ao Lang Yun and the others to arrive at this time. They could only be Ao Siayun's reinforcements. Ao Yu Yun, Ao Lang Yun, and the other three lords became very anxious. They shouted at the same time, Go! Kill him! Today's mission will be accomplished if you kill him. Ao Siayun's body swayed a bit. He looked at his 4 younger brothers. They were connected by blood. They had grown up together since childhood. These people were the children of his own uncles. At this moment, he actually wanted to kill him without any mercy. However, the ones who were protecting him were Gu Duxing and the others whom he had only known for a short time. Then he suddenly laughed and said, Are these the brothers of the clan? You've gone mad to such an extent. Is power really so important? However, no one answered him. The eyes of Ao Lang Yun and the others had turned red. They were only urging their subordinates to kill him quickly. Ao Siayun sadly closed his eyes. Then he opened them again. His eyes had already become ruthless. He said in a low voice, Then don't blame me for being ruthless. No one heard his words amidst the shouting, but his eyes flickered with callousness at this moment. And this made the hearts of the people who had rushed forward shiver. Gu Duxing let out a long and loud shout. He flicked his sword, and the black dragon's sword issued bursts of dragon-tiger roars. He then shouted, We brothers are here. Who dares to make a move? Dong Wushang burst into loud laughter. That's right. We're here. Whoever comes forward will die. There were wounded soldiers behind the 2 of them. Only the 2 of them were facing hundreds of experts. The strength of these hundreds of people was enough to kill Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang countless times. However, the heroic spirit of these 2 people was awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant at this moment. It seemed as if they were facing a field of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Hundreds of experts faced these insufferably arrogant Sword Emperor and Saber Emperor. However, they stopped and stagnated for a moment. The sound of a horse's hooves echoed like a rainstorm. A solitary horse rushed into the woods in the dim light of the night. It seemed as if it had put down all its worries. In fact, it even shouted in high spirits, Awah, dog ant. Second brother Gu, what you said really made me excited all of a sudden. Motherfucker, you are too imposing. You are always on the verge of dying. That's all for today. The treatment is getting more and more painful today. According to the doctor, my nerves have begun to be stimulated to the point that they are beginning to recover. Therefore, it will be even more painful. And this kind of situation will continue for a while. I'm crying. Chapter 651. Following the shout, a horse rushed in. A thin figure jumped up from the horse's back, somersaulting dozens of times in the air like a whirlwind, and landed in front of Gu Duxing like a meteor. Then this person turned around abruptly, put on a majestic look, and shouted, Awoo, dog ant! Second Master Ji is here. Who dares to go up? Who comes up? Whoever comes up will die. This sentence was extremely pretentious, and it was a kind of pretentious smugness, because GMO was suddenly relieved. His brothers were all here, not dead, and he was here. Everyone was together. Then, if he didn't show off now, when would he? Even if he died with his brothers right now, he wouldn't have any regrets. If he didn't show off now, when would he? When Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang said, "Whoever comes up will die," it gave everyone a kind of pressure, a kind of fear of death. But when GMO said, "Whoever comes up will die," it gave everyone a kind of relief and relaxation. Such a vicious sentence gave everyone the feeling that this person in front of them was very happy, because at this moment I'm here. Everyone was stunned for a moment. At this moment, a weak but fierce voice said, "Cough, cough, that's right. Whoever comes up will die." There was actually someone who agreed, and this person turned this originally happy sentence of "whoever comes up will die" into a kind of cruelty and viciousness that belonged to hell. This sentence was said with gritted teeth. After saying that, he even coughed a few times. Following the voice, a young man appeared in the forest, walking over step by step. He walked to Jimo's side, turned around, and stood side by side with him. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "Damn, this feeling of rushing over from 1,000 miles away is fucking awesome. The blood in my body was burning all the way here, but when I saw you guys, it suddenly stopped burning." This person's face was pale, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. His chest, back, shoulders, and thighs were wrapped in bandages, and there were still traces of blood seeping out, forming shadows. It was Luokadi. His position was the closest to here, but in order to hold on until now and not let himself faint halfway, he had slowed down a little. So among the brothers, he was actually the last one to arrive. But no matter what, he still came. At the most critical moment, the old ancestor of the Xie clan, Xie Zhiqiu, closed his eyes. He was circulating his martial power with all his strength. He was striving to restore his strength to the greatest extent in the shortest amount of time. When Gu Duxing and his companion arrived, he let out a sigh. There was a hint of palpitations on his face. Then he sat down and began to circulate his energy. He knew that although these youths were geniuses, the difference in strength between them and the other party was too great. Therefore, they were here to die. He was here to accompany his brother in death. Therefore, Xie Zhiqiu didn't say anything. The current situation was dangerous, and there was no hope of escaping. He only wanted to recover some of his strength and do his best to drag as many enemies down with him as he could. He knew that the enemy's strongest expert had yet to make a move. The black fog around Tan started to churn and spread out. In the entire forest, almost all the animals, insects, and birds were gathering in this direction. Although they were small and weak, they actually formed a huge wave. The branches on the tree fell from time to time, as if they had been crushed. The branches also slowly drooped down. Pairs of small eyes ruthlessly looked at the people of the Ao clan and the Zhuge clan. Even the rats opened their mouths and exposed their sharp teeth. They were glittering in the dim light of the night. The poisonous snakes were coiled up in circles. They were hanging in the air. Their eyes were faint, and their fangs were faintly visible. Ao Langyan turned his head in panic and looked at the black-clothed masked men of the Zhuge clan. It seemed as if they were looking for help. The black-clothed masked leader had his hands crossed behind his back. He was looking at this side with an indifferent expression. He didn't have the slightest intention to help. His eyes would occasionally flash. He would look at Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang with eyes full of appreciation. Today's harvest is too big. Not only have we trapped the awakened experts of the divine race here, but we have also obtained a sword emperor and a saber emperor who are less than 20 years old. These two youngsters will become saint-level geniuses in less than 200 years. In fact, they might even become supreme-level geniuses. The Zhuge clan had always been thirsty for talents. So, how could they let go of these two good seedlings? The hearts of Ao Langyan, Ao Yuyin, and the other brothers gradually became cold. They could see that the opposite party wouldn't come to their aid. They were clearly sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. The four geniuses clenched their teeth as they thought of this. Don't tell me that we can't clean up these defeated troops if we don't rely on you. Kill. Ao Yu waved his hand and viciously said, "Whoever comes forward will die. Let's see who will die." He waved his hand, and it seemed as if he was waving all the small animals, insects, and birds in the forest. The people of the Ao clan hadn't moved yet, but these little guys had moved first. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The sky seemed to be filled with hemp ropes in an instant. Ah, no, it was filled with poisonous snakes. The poisonous snakes on the trees bowed their bodies at this moment. They opened their big mouths and exposed their poisonous fangs. They attacked the experts of the Ao clan. Rats, birds, ants, wasps launched their attacks at the same time. These attacks blocked everyone's line of sight in an instant. These attacks couldn't cause any harm to these experts. However, they looked extremely terrifying. The people of the Ao clan had no choice but to fight with these small and weak creatures before attacking the enemy. Gu Duxing's eyes flashed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Luo Kudi's shoulder. Then he threw Luo Kudi behind him and landed beside Rue Butong. Then he indifferently said, "Watch him." Luo Kudi was seriously injured. So, how could Gu Duxing let him stand in the front? Luo Kudi became furious. "Second brother Gu, you bastard." Gu Duxing's complexion was cold and stiff. Then his body suddenly rushed out and turned into a shining sword light. He was the only one who could move. That was because he was the only one who could move at this time. The enemies were besieged by small creatures. So, the best way to fight at this time was to take advantage of the chaos and launch a sneak attack. These animals were too weak, so they might be wiped out in the next moment. Therefore, he had to seize the right opportunity. Dong Wushang wasn't suitable for sneak attacks, and Jimo's cultivation was slightly weaker. Gu Duxing's body moved, and the sword light flashed like a thunderbolt. His sword pierced into a human body that was densely surrounded by ants and wasps. Then he pulled it out and rushed in. An arrow of blood shot out from the place where he pulled out his sword, and a king-level expert fell down with a face full of fear. Several emperor-level experts of the Ao clan launched their attacks at the same time. Their domains were completely unfolded in an instant. Then they shook with a loud bang. There was a series of light, swishing sounds. All the small creatures in the sky and on the ground were shaken to death, and a layer of them was laid on the ground. There was a moment of silence in the forest. A total of 10 emperor-level experts launched their attacks at the same time. It was obvious that these emperor-level experts couldn't bear these small creatures any longer. So they launched their sharpest big move. They used mountain-suppressing mosquitoes to get rid of them all in one fell swoop. Gu Duxing's body flashed, and the sword light was faintly discernible. Then his body shot back like lightning. A first-grade emperor-level expert in front of him spurted out blood from his throat like a splendid firework. Then he fell down weakly. Gu Duxing went in and out, so he only had time to go in and out. However, 10 people had already died under his sword, but the people of the Ao clan had already rushed over. Dong Wushang shouted loudly and unsheathed his dark saber. Then he slashed open the rain of blood in the sky. This was the prelude to the decisive battle. GMO shouted loudly. He unsheathed his sword and rushed out behind Dong Wushang. Rue Butong and Ao Xie Yun attacked at the same time. Xie Zhiqiu jumped up from the ground where he was sitting cross-legged and joined the battle. A full-scale war broke out. However, the people of the Zhuge clan didn't make a move. They were indifferently looking at the war in front of them. They were only paying attention to 3 people: the Black Fog, Gu Duxing, and Dong Wushang. The sound of horse hooves outside was getting more and more urgent. It was obviously getting closer and closer. Gu Duxing's sword sheath emitted a sword light. He was fighting with an 8th grade Emperor-level expert. Both of them were wounded in the first move. Gu Duxing's left shoulder was stabbed by the sword. However, that Emperor-level expert's thigh had a piece of flesh cut off. Gu Duxing's martial power wasn't enough to injure him. However, his black dragon sword had become a top-notch divine weapon after it had been modified by Chu Yang. The two of them clashed and then fought. Gu Duxing fought with his life on the line. He was stalling for time. That 8th grade Emperor-level expert couldn't do anything for a while. Dong Wushang faced the two 8th grade Emperor-level experts, Kai Shaocheng and Li Changlong. His dark saber moved unhindered, and he didn't retreat even an inch. He clenched his teeth and fought with all his might. His injured brothers would be behind him if he retreated. Dong Wushang was in a precarious situation. He was surrounded by dangers. However, Dong Wushang's attacks were bold and bold. He brandished his dark saber in a wild manner. Xia Ji Qiu rushed out from behind him and faced Kai Shaocheng. He fought with his life on the line. The pressure on Dong Wushang was greatly reduced when Kai Shaocheng retreated. He brandished his saber wildly and suppressed Li Changlong. Li Changlong had been somewhat absent-minded during this time. However, he was an 8th grade Emperor-level expert after all. His cultivation was 7 grades higher than Dong Wushang's. However, he was forced to retreat little by little under Dong Wushang's desperate attacks. However, Dong Wushang wasn't in a good condition either. His wrist felt sore and numb every time his opponent struck him, and his whole body would shake. However, he didn't seem to have noticed anything. The black-clothed and masked leader of the Zhuge clan who was watching the fight suddenly wrinkled his brows in this noisy place. He looked around suspiciously, but he didn't find anything. I clearly sensed that someone has sneaked in. Why didn't I find anything? Chu Yang had entered this dense forest that was filled with blood like a wisp of smoke. The first thing he did was heave a sigh of relief. My brothers are here. However, Chu Yang only glanced at them. He was about to attack when he discovered something, so he immediately hid himself. Gu Duxing and the others had fallen into a disadvantageous position at present. However, Chu Yang could see that their lives weren't in danger for the time being. But what are those 200 black-clothed men doing? Why are these people so powerful? What are these people planning? Chu Yang had seen at a glance that these black-clothed men were the biggest crisis of tonight. My brothers won't have any trump cards if I go out. Therefore, I must cooperate with them. Monarch-level experts. 4 of them. The sword spirit's voice was very heavy in Chu Yang's mind. 3 of them are 2nd grade monarch-level experts, and 1 is 3rd grade monarch-level expert. Chu Yang's whole body shook. Chapter 652. Tonight is going to be a fierce battle. Sword Spirit said slowly. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Fierce battle? What fierce battle will there be? We are already at a disadvantage against the experts of AO clan. If we face those masked men in black as well, we will be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Sword Spirit, if you take control of my body, what are the chances of success? Chu Yang took a deep breath and asked. No. Sword Spirit sighed. If I take control of your body, I am 100% sure that I can defeat them. But I can't do it now. Why? Chu Yang was happy. The 4th sword fragment has appeared. The 4th sword fragment is in the center. It controls the heavenly secrets. Once it appears, the master of Tribulation's sword will be on the right path. Moreover, the entire heavenly layer will undergo a huge change. This is the biggest opportunity for the master of Tribulation's sword to obtain the sword. The sword spirit said in a deep voice. Moreover, The fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword is the only life and death trial of the Calamity Sword Master. Therefore, I need your divine soul to be completely intact. Even if it's just a little bit damaged, it's absolutely impossible. If I take control of your body now, it will cause great damage to your spirit. At that time, it will be impossible to recover. At that time, you will not be able to pass this test. Your spirit will be destroyed. This is the most likely outcome. Chu Yang pondered for a moment. After a while, he said, "How big is the possibility of us escaping alive if those people really attack us? What are the chances of Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and the others dying?" Sword Spirit smiled bitterly and said, "If they want to kill, none of them will survive. If they want to capture them, none of them will be able to escape." Chu Yang nodded and mischievously smiled. "Then what other choice do I have? If I don't let you attack, do I have to watch my brothers die? But the choice is in my hands. I will not attack when the fourth sword fragment appears." Sword Spirit sighed. "I am only responsible for Tribulation Sword and its mission. I cannot be responsible for you or your brothers." Chu Yang said confidently, "You will attack. I am sure." Sword Spirit sighed. "Don't force me." He was well aware of how Chu Yang would force him to make a move. "You're forcing me," Chu Yang said coldly. "Don't forget that Mo Qingwu is still waiting for you." The Sword Spirit was helpless. He had no choice but to use his most effective weapon against Chu Yang. He firmly believed that Chu Yang would change his mind once he heard the name Mo Qingwu. This was because Chu Yang's greatest obsession in his previous life was Mo Qingwu. In this life, it could be said that he had been reborn for Mo Qingwu. Now that Qingwu has her master, I am very relieved. Her fate has already changed. Chu Yang said lightly, "But love isn't the only thing in life. If because of this, Qingwu is sad, you can go," said. "I can't do anything about it." Chu Yang said softly, "Just like in my previous life, I loved her very much, but she was still driven away by me. She still died. Your identity should be revealed during this period of time." Sword Spirit was anxious. "Your master's wish is still waiting for you to help him. When I can't take care of everything, I can only take care of what's in front of me," Chu Yang said lightly. "Stupid," Sword Spirit scolded angrily. Chu Yang laughed in his heart and said, "Sword Spirit, sometimes as a man, being stupid is the only thing that can make one feel at ease in life. Stupid is a curse word, but sometimes in life, stupidity is the most precious thing." Chu Yang said, "You're not human. You don't understand. So please shut up. I only need you to help me." Sword Spirit was so angry that he turned around and returned to the tribulation space. He didn't speak anymore. "I'm not human. Damn it. You dare to say that I'm not human. I've been in this world for tens of thousands of years. What kind of things and emotions have I not seen? But I've seen so many Tribulation Sword Masters, and none of them are as stubborn as you." Chu Yang smiled and thought, "Sometimes in life, you need to be stupid." Then, both of them stopped talking at the same time. This fierce battle was getting more and more intense. The people of the Gu clan were already seriously injured. So, they simply couldn't withstand this one-sided battle. If Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, Miao Butong, Xie Zhiqiu, and Ao Xian had blocked most of the attacks, they would have been killed long ago. But everyone had been trapped in a very small area. They were trying their best to resist. In the center was Tan Tan's black fog. GMO groaned. Blood flashed from his shoulder. He was in so much pain that his whole body trembled. Then he was hit on his back again. Gu Duxing shouted and spat out a mouthful of blood. He forced the enemy in front of him away. Then he rushed over and protected GMO behind him. He said angrily in a low voice, "Where's your medicine? Bastard." GMO's vision had already turned black. He was on the verge of collapse. These 2 consecutive heavy injuries had almost taken his life. He suddenly realized when he heard this. He hurriedly reached into his bosom and took out a heavy pill. He said embarrassedly while chewing, "I forgot. You only remember your aoboa." Luo Kadi was panting beside him. He was trying his best to pull out his sword while muttering, "Motherfucker, it's strange. You've already seen aoboa. Why didn't she crush you to death? Get lost, you motherfucker." GMO was furious. He felt that his vitality had suddenly recovered. His wounds didn't hurt anymore. He rushed out again. His curses were even more deafening. Luo Kadi spat out a mouthful of blood and cursed, "You can scold me. But why are you scolding my sister-in-law? She's my elder brother's wife." "She's not mine." He hadn't finished speaking when a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzzing echoed in his ears. "Open your mouth." Luo Kadi was overjoyed. "Big brother? Big brother is here?" He hurriedly opened his mouth. He only felt a blur in front of his eyes. Then a pill rushed into his mouth. Luo Kadi felt that all the injuries on his body had recovered in an instant. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh wildly. A whoop, heart a whoop. "How dare you provoke, second master Luo?" He rushed out energetically. Gu Duxing's words had not only reminded GMO, but also reminded Chu Yang. He needed to hide in the dark for the time being, but it didn't hinder him from saving people. These motherfuckers of AO clan will be exhausted to death as long as there are enough incomplete, heavy pills. Xia Danqiong was already somewhat dizzy on Xia Zhiqiu's back. He suddenly heard someone say at this time, "Xia Danqiong, make your ancestor open his mouth." Xia Danqiong was startled. Then this voice echoed again. Xia Dantao finally recognized it. "This is Chu Yang's voice." He hurriedly said to Xia Zhiqiu, "Ancestor, open your mouth." Xia Zhiqiu was an arrow at the end of its flight. He could collapse at any time. So he angrily said, "Can't you just stuff it in my mouth?" Xia Danqiong anxiously said, "It's not mine. Someone will throw it in your mouth if you open it." Chapter 653. "Oh, old ancestor, you've trusted me again and again." Dan Qiong would have stamped his feet if he hadn't been seriously injured. Xia Zhiqiu snorted. He had no choice but to believe him, so he opened his old mouth. He didn't know where a pill had come from, but it was thrown into his mouth the next moment. It really works. Xia Zhiqiu was startled. He thought, "I don't know whether it works or not. Who threw it? I look all around, but I don't have time." He felt a surge of heat rising from his dried-up dantian the next moment. His strength had recovered by less than half in the span of a breath. He was pleasantly surprised. He roared and rushed out. Then he ferociously attacked. "My strength has fully recovered." Xia Zhiqiu's joy was no small matter. He was an L-grade monarch-level expert. So, dealing with these people of the AO clan would have been a piece of cake if his strength had been fully recovered. He roared wildly and rushed out full of vigor. Kai Shaocheng sneered and used all his strength to meet his palm. He thought, "I would have been afraid of you if you had been at your peak. But you've lost your life now. So, why would I be afraid of you?" Who would have thought that he would feel a mountain-toppling and sea-overturning force when his palms met? Kai Shaocheng shouted loudly. His eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Blood spurted out from his 7 orifices. His body flew far away like an embroidered ball. He crashed into a big tree, and his ribs broke with a kacha sound. He shouted before he lost consciousness, "Did I see a ghost? This is impossible." Xia Zhiqiu burst into loud laughter. His white beard fluttered in the wind. "I've been chased all the way here. So, I've finally vented my anger." He leapt into the crowd like a tiger. He started a massacre with his left hand and his sword in his right hand. He thought that his home had been destroyed. His ancestors' painstaking efforts of several hundred years had turned into nothing. He had fled for his life. Countless of his descendants had died in front of him. So, Xie Zhiqiu laughed sorrowfully. He angrily attacked. There were tears in his eyes, but they were ignited by his anger before they could drip down. Blood was constantly splashing out from his palms and his sword. This made Xie Zhiqiu feel the joy of endless revenge. It seemed as if he could see a wisp of the heroic soul of the Xie clan peacefully closing its eyes every time the blood splashed out. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. All the way, have a good trip. Xie Zhiqiu roared crazily and sorrowfully as he attacked. He was giving his blessings to the heroic souls of his family that he couldn't save in time. Because I have already avenged you. It was as if he could already see the silent road to the Yellow Springs. After witnessing the death of their enemy, his clansmen would all walk onto the shining road with comforting smiles on their faces. They would never look back again without any regrets. Look, look, I have avenged you. Revenge. Xie Zhiqiu's attacks were even more hurried and ferocious. The moment he regained his strength, he was completely deranged. A splendid viburnum flower bloomed on his back at this moment. Xie Danqiang had also obtained an incomplete version of the heavy pill. His strength had been restored in a flash. So he jumped down from the old ancestor's back and attacked with his viburnum flower. As soon as the dazzling and gorgeous viburnum flowers appeared, it was followed by a rain of blood. When the viburnum flowers bloom, 100 flowers wither. When the world's #1 hidden weapon was used, the effect would be absolutely extraordinary. No one had expected that the young lord of the Xie clan would suddenly recover. Many people's lives were taken away by the viburnum flowers. The viburnum flowers dazzled and danced in the air. A stream of mournful and beautiful blood-red light and bright petals penetrated a person's body, and then penetrated another person's body. Blood-curdling screams were heard one after another. Then Luo Kudi also rose to kill the enemy as the heavy pill flew out. The injuries on his body also recovered. Dong Wushang roared in the fierce battle. Suddenly, he didn't care about the burden on his body. He fiercely and tyrannically hacked his saber one after another. Li Changlong on the opposite side suddenly felt a great pressure. The black saber weighed 570 kilograms. It had the sharpness of a saber emperor. Moreover, Dong Wushang's mighty aura was like that of a heavenly god. Moreover, his fearless fighting style had successfully narrowed the gap between the two at this moment. Dong Wushang's first saber attack was blocked by Li Changlong's sword. His sword shattered with a clang sound. Dong Wushang's 7 apertures fiercely spurted out blood. However, Dong Wushang didn't stop. He held his saber with both hands, and the second saber attack arrived. Li Changlong roared. His entire body emitted a boundless white aura. Then he met the attack with his bare palm. His left palm came in contact with the saber's edge. Then he retreated a step and met the saber with his right palm. He continuously retreated 7 steps. His pure white palm blocked the sharp saber's edge when he launched the 7th palm attack. Then he fiercely counterattacked. The black saber was shaken and flipped upwards. Dong Wushang's eyes were like bells. He roared, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger ruptured. Then the 3rd saber attack broke through the air and hacked down. Selfless, merciless saber. Dong Wushang had unleashed the merciless saber to the extreme. His saber attack was mixed with all his essence, energy, and spirit. The opponent couldn't evade it. They could only meet it head-on. They could only meet it head-on. Li Changlong screamed. His body started to rotate. Countless palms came out of his body and met the saber's edge. The 4th saber attack. The 5th saber attack. Dong Wushang faced upwards and roared. A round column of blood spurted out of his mouth. Then his clothes suddenly fluttered in the wind. He held his saber with both hands in midair. Then he used his own life to hack the saber attack. Li Changlong roared. He knew that this was his opponent's last saber attack. So he fiercely stimulated his primary power and fiercely clapped his palms. However, he had neglected the fact that his hands had been hacked by the saber for hundreds of times. His hands hadn't been hacked into pieces because of his emperor-level strength and domain. However, they were already riddled with scars. He had stimulated all his potential at this moment, and his hands suddenly looked like fountains. Thin wisps of blood had appeared on them. Li Changlong was gobsmacked. He hastily retreated. However, it was too late. Dong Wushang's saber attack had arrived. Li Changlong roared. He had no choice but to meet it with his palms. Li Changlong screamed with a kacha sound. His palms were hacked into pieces. The saber attack continued. He didn't have enough time to retreat. His arms were shattered. The saber edge continued to press down. His shoulders were shattered. The saber hacked down again. His sternum was shattered. Dong Wushang let out a long and loud shout. The overwhelming saber energy surged into Li Changlong's internal organs in an unstoppable manner. Li Changlong screamed. Then he suddenly became startled, as if he had received an electric shock. His eyes opened wide. His gaze was blank. It seemed as if all his life's experiences were replaying in his mind at this moment. The hardships of his youth, the joy of his engagement, and the struggles of his youth. He had followed his master and embarked on the road of Jianghu without looking back that day. He had heard someone crying behind him that day. He had killed his way into Jianghu step by step. He had climbed up step by step and had become a high immortal step by step. However, he had suddenly looked back, and he had lost the motivation that had supported him. He had returned to see a lonely grave and boundless weeds. Pan Pan. He had been poisoned by the aphrodisiac, but he had no taboos. He had fallen. Would he still be me? Would he still be the me that Pan Pan had bitterly longed for all her life? I'm going to go. But do I still have the face to see her? How could she still accept my body, which was filled with filth? A man in the world has thousands of paths, but he mustn't take a wrong step. Li Changlong stood up in disappointment and frustration. His body had been shattered. His internal organs had been shattered into fine powder. However, he didn't seem to feel anything. He muttered, "There's no way back if I take a wrong step. I won't be able to turn back even if I go to the netherworld." Li Changlong sighed in disappointment and frustration. Sigh. It seemed as if he had sighed all the sufferings of his life. Suddenly, Li Changlong's eyes, which had lost all their luster, brightened. It seemed as if there was a peasant girl in the dark. Her simple and honest face was flickering with hope. She was wearing a patterned cotton-padded jacket. Her eyes were sparkling with happiness. She was running towards him with small and quick steps. It seemed as if a wife who had been waiting for thousands of years was welcoming her lover. Li Changlong suddenly became happy. He muttered, "Have you forgiven me?" Dong Wushang thought that Li Changlong was talking to him, so he was puzzled. What? Li Changlong ignored him. A trace of childlike innocence and happiness flashed across the corners of his aged lips as he said, "Have you come to welcome me?" Am I dirty?" His voice was getting lower and lower. In fact, Dong Wushang had to tilt his ear to hear him. He was about to ask when he heard Li Changlong sigh in satisfaction. Then he giggled and said, "Pan Pan, I'm very happy." Dong Wushang wanted to listen again. However, he found that Li Changlong had stopped breathing. The face of the dead emperor-level expert still had boundless satisfaction. However, there was also a kind of apprehensive guilt in his heart. It seemed as if he was pleasantly surprised that someone had forgiven him. He was also ashamed of his mistakes, but he was still happy in the end he was dead. Dong Wushang shook his head. He only felt a little dizzy. He muttered, "A man in the world must never take a wrong step. There's no way back if he takes a wrong step. He won't be able to turn back even if he goes to the netherworld." He then shook his head and said in a low voice, "Sensu, you need to turn back. But I only need to go forward. I don't need to turn back." Dong Wushang only felt pain all over his body now that the enemy was gone. His body felt as light as a feather. He didn't have the least bit of strength left. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. The black saber fell from his hand with a clang. Suddenly he heard a voice say, "Wushang, open your mouth." "Big brother?" Dong Wushang raised his drowsy head. "Where are you? Am I hallucinating?" A pill suddenly went into his mouth with a puff sound. Then a familiar fragrance suddenly drilled into his nostrils. His whole body felt comfortable. Gu Duxing's figure was drifting. He was facing all the enemies around him, but his mind seemed to be floating. He had taken out his sword, but had forgotten about it. He had forgotten about the enemy. He had forgotten about the fight. He had forgotten about the world. Only his lonely self was left. Solitary swordsman, unruffled, swordsmanship. Gu Duxing's body was drifting here and there as if he was sleepwalking. Even his gaze was sharp and vacant. His black dragon sword also seemed to be sleepwalking. However, the sword light was flickering. The seemingly soft sword light was like lightning and thunder. It blossomed with brilliant bloody light on the throats of the enemies, one after another. He was like a blind man who had lost his memory. He was dancing without consciousness in a weightless space. But he would inevitably take away a life every time he raised his hand. My neck was stiff. It woke me up at 4:00 in the morning. I didn't dare to look down. After sitting for a while, I simply started to write. I straightened my neck like a zombie and looked at the screen. I had actually completed a chapter. I quickly wrote it and went to the hospital. Today, I will stay in the hospital for a while. At the very least, I have to treat my neck first. Sigh, it's really 100 sorrows. This chapter is still very proudly written. Moreover, I realize that there are few updates recently, but the quality of each chapter is not bad. Because I have more time to think, the plot is also much better. These fighting scenes have already appeared in my mind when I was lying down. I just have to edit it when I write it out. Chapter 654. Gu Duxing's figure flew up along with the sword light. The sword light swallowed and spat out like lightning. Ao Yuyun screamed and softly fell down. A big hole had been opened in his throat. The guards on the side crazily rushed over. Gu Duxing didn't seem to have realized that he had killed an important person. He also didn't feel that the enemies were crazily rushing over from all directions. His body turned around as light as a feather and rushed in another direction like lightning. The shadows of people screamed and fell down wherever the sword light went. His body had suffered heavy blows in succession, but he was still immersed in this strange state. He was crazily harvesting people's lives. A bold and powerful silhouette suddenly rose up and chopped down with a big saber. Another Gong Ao Chinyan of the Ao clan didn't get enough time to scream. He was cut into two halves from head to toe. It seemed as if two pieces of pork were about to be put on the rack. They were dripping with blood. The people of the Ao clan had finally gone completely crazy. Two Gong Ao Chinyan had died in the blink of an eye. So these people had gone all out. They had started to fight with their lives on the line. After all, the people of the Xie clan were too few at present. So they were fighting close to the inner circle. The eyes of the black-clothed and masked leader of the Zhuge clan flickered. He seemed somewhat nervous as he took a step forward. His eyes were firmly fixed on Tan Tan's mass of black fog. "Big brother, it seems that something is wrong." Another black-clothed and masked man frowned. He was puzzled as he said, How did the situation suddenly reverse? These people of the Siak clan are only a few in number, but they are now evenly matched. Moreover, 3 of the top emperor-level experts of the Ao clan have died in the blink of an eye, but the other side hasn't suffered a single casualty. Instead, they're becoming more and more courageous. The eyes of the black-clothed and masked leader shrank. He muttered to himself irresolutely, "Second brother, have you noticed? The people of the Siak clan seem to have turned into unkillable monsters since that awakened one's body started to soar with that black fog." "Big brother, do you mean?" That black-clothed and masked man said in shock. "That mass of black fog is strange." "I'm afraid so." The black-clothed, masked leader said, "Awakened ones can only have one bloodline awakening every few thousand years. And this one should be a king bloodline awakening. If I'm not wrong, that black fog should have an extreme healing effect on their own people. If that's the case, then the harvest this time will be even greater than expected." The eyes of the leader of the black-clothed and masked men became more and more fervent. "Fortunately, we did our best this time and captured an important figure of the divine clan. Only then did we learn this shocking secret. Otherwise, if we let this person grow, it would definitely be a terrible disaster." Another black-clothed and masked man came over. Then he carefully said, "Big brother, I have always felt that this matter is too fishy. I had already mentioned it to the elders when we were in the upper 3 heavens. But I still want to say it now. This matter shouldn't be so simple. If the 3 stars divine clan's bloodline awakens in the human world every few thousand years, then why has it never appeared before? Perhaps it's unknown if it died prematurely." The leader of the black-clothed and masked men didn't care. He said, "After all, the awakened ones are very weak before they awaken, and even for a long period of time after they awaken. Let's not talk about you and me. Even if we brothers don't make a move, we can still destroy this person 1,000 times over. Moreover, you can say these words in front of me, but you must never say them again." The leader of the black-clothed and masked men sternly looked at his third brother. "Do you know that this is in the upper 3 heavens? Do you know where this information came from?" He snorted and said, "The great elder didn't hesitate to consume his lifespan after he captured that person of the 3 stars divine clan. He used the needle to destroy the consciousness of that expert of the divine clan twice in a day. Then he got this little bit of information. Because of this, the great elder lost years of his lifespan. How can this be a small matter? The great elder is already over 1,700 years old this year. He knows that he won't live for long. So he took the initiative to use this needle to obtain the most secret information for the clan. Do you doubt it? What do you think of the great elder? The needle of the remnant soul needle can't withstand it, even if it's a saint-level treasure, let alone using it on a person twice in a row. If this information is false, then it can only be said that this is the will of the heavens." He looked at his brother with sharp eyes. "You're not allowed to mention this matter in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for not caring about brotherhood." That black-clothed and masked man was sweating profusely. He complied and withdrew. The leader of the black-clothed and masked men gazed in Tantan's direction. He insipidly said, "Prepare the slaughtering spirit arrows, capturing soul powder, severing spirit powder, soul-breaking flute, and spirit-lifting net. That awakened one will start to attack once he awakens successfully. Moreover, his body will emit black fog in the process of attacking." "Yes," the brothers replied in unison. They were in high spirits. Then, each of them held one or several small but strangely shaped objects in their hands. The leader of the black-clothed and masked men held a purple crystal jade bottle in his left and right hands. A strange powder could be faintly seen inside the bottle. These 5 killing weapons, soul-slaughtering arrow, soul-seizing powder, soul-severing powder, soul-shattering flute, and soul-lifting net, were the most effective methods to deal with and subdue the awakened after capturing the main figure of the sacred clan and learning about the awakened ones. These 5 slaughtering weapons were refined from highly toxic poisons. Even the experts of the Juga clan were shocked to see such a refining method. Moreover, the materials were extremely difficult to find and extremely precious. Therefore, no one doubted that there was anything wrong with such a clear procedure under such cruel methods. The battle was getting more and more intense at this time. It was approaching the white-hot stage. Chu Yang threw the last incomplete version of the heavy pill into Gu Duxing's mouth. Outside the forest, the sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. The experts of the AO clan had become even crazier. They were charging towards the protective circle formed by Dong Wushang and the others. They were attacking in a suicidal manner. Everyone was already exhausted. But the current situation of the battle had become even more tragic. The faces of the remaining 2 brothers, Ao Mengyun and Ao Lengyun, were filled with despair and madness. They had never thought that they would end up in such a tragic situation, even though they had such an advantage in military strength. They obviously had a formidable external aid, but their external aid had suddenly and inexplicably disappeared at the most critical juncture of life and death. This would make people vomit blood until they died. Chu Yang quietly moved on the other side. He took advantage of the dim light of the night and the cover of the trees and bushes, and silently arrived under a big tree. The Calamity sword stabbed out like a viper. This was the place where the 8th grade Emperor level expert, Kai Shaocheng, had been sent flying by Xie Zhiqiu's palm. He had suffered serious internal injuries because of that palm. His 5 internal organs had been displaced, and more than half of his ribs had been broken. He was circulating his martial power with all his strength to heal his injuries. White fog was pervading around him. It was making whooshing sounds. It seemed that he had reached a critical juncture. There were 2 first-grade Emperor-level experts on his left and right sides. They were nervously guarding him. Kai Shaocheng would be able to break through the Xie clan's crumbling defense circle in one fell swoop as long as he could recover. Even the people in the fierce battle hadn't expected that there would be a key person here who could change the situation of the battle by raising his hand. But how could Chu Yang not think of this? How could he allow an 8th grade Emperor-level expert like Kai Shaocheng to destroy the advantageous situation that he had created with great difficulty? He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Minister Chu would make his move only at the critical juncture when he couldn't afford to be distracted. The 2 Emperor-level experts who were guarding Kai Shaocheng beamed with joy when they saw that he was about to recover. A dull and tiny sound echoed at this moment. The tip of a sword penetrated the big tree behind Kai Shaocheng. Then it flashed like a viper and shrank back. The white spirit energy that was rapidly revolving around Kai Shaocheng's body suddenly exploded and scattered in all directions with a bang sound. Then he opened his mouth and fiercely spouted a mouthful of blood. The blood splashed on the ground and made a deep, bloody hole. Kai Shaocheng's expression was mournful. He angrily roared, "Scoundrel, come out!" His voice had become hoarse by the time he had spoken the last word. He was spitting out mouthfuls of blood, and he was spitting out pieces of his internal organs. It seemed as if his internal organs had become a pot of porridge. "Emperor-level expert Kai!" the 2 men cried out in fear. However, Kai Shaocheng couldn't hear them. His neck hung down softly. He had lost all his vitality at this moment. His body slowly fell forward and fell into the blood he had spat out with a bang sound. A thin sword mark could be seen on his back. The tyrannical sword energy had broken into Kai Shaocheng's internal organs and had smashed his internal organs into pieces when he was at his weakest. "Who is it?" The 2 Emperor-level experts crazily jumped up. They rushed into the woods with their swords. The sword light crisscrossed, and the fragments of vegetation swirled in the air. But they didn't see anything. It was as if there was a ghost in the underworld that had stabbed this extremely insidious sword and then disappeared after that. The two men searched several laps, but found nothing. They turned around in a daze and looked at the corpse of Emperor-level expert Kai lying on the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he hadn't died in peace. But his eyes were unexpectedly filled with anger. They felt powerless in an instant. In fact, they nearly fell to the ground. 3 of the 4 8th-grade Emperor-level experts had perished, and the remaining one was being suppressed by Xie Zhiqiu. He was in imminent danger and wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. AO clan had dispatched 100 experts this time, but there were less than 10 people left now. Could it be that the younger generation of AO clan will be buried here tonight? AO clan had begun its final attack like a raging tide. AO Mengyun and AO Langyun roared. They took the lead and rushed forward. Gu Duxing and the others could recover with the help of the heavy pills, but they had traveled a long and arduous journey, and they had been fighting until now, so they couldn't bear it any longer. Xie Zhiqiu was still in an advantageous position while facing the enemy's final attack, but everyone else was retreating step by step. The defensive line was in imminent danger, and it was about to be broken. However, at this moment, suddenly a bang sound was heard, and the dense black fog that had been floating around Tan Tan's body suddenly exploded. Chapter 655. Suddenly a loud explosion was heard. The dense black fog that had been floating around Tan Tan's body suddenly exploded. A black shadow suddenly appeared. Tan Tan's body seemed to have grown taller at this moment. The black robe that he was wearing gave people a feeling that it was extremely fitting. That strange mark on his forehead was already half complete and was flashing with light. His facial features were still the same as before, but they seemed to have added a lot of charm to them for some unknown reason. No one felt that he was ugly at this moment. It was unknown when the headband on his head had broken. His shiny jet-black hair was smoothly parted and hung straight down to his chest, and it exposed a perfectly straight hairline. It was such a smooth and glossy hair that gave everyone a sinister and ruthless feeling. Moreover, it gave rise to a feeling of recovery from the vicissitudes of life. This sudden, loud sound startled everyone on the battlefield. Their eyes had turned red from killing. They couldn't help but stop. Tan slowly walked out. His movements were very strange. The first 3 steps that he had taken seemed somewhat out of place. He felt very uncoordinated. Therefore, he stopped after taking 3 steps. Then he lowered his head and looked at his legs in astonishment. His eyebrows, one high and one low, slightly wrinkled. Then his eyebrows started to move backward. He frowned and looked at his body in dissatisfaction. He then muttered, "So awkward." Then he stretched out his hands and shook them. A black fog that was visible to the naked eye suddenly dispersed. Then his parted long hair suddenly rose up along with the vibration of his arms. It seemed as if the roots of the seaweed at the bottom of the sea had suddenly swayed up. Then his entire body suddenly twisted. It twisted in a very strange manner. A burst of crackling sounds came from his body. It was a sound that made people's teeth ache. Everyone who heard this sound clearly felt that the bones of Tan's entire body had been dislocated at this moment. Then their order had been disrupted, and they had been reorganized. Then he raised his arms, and his hair fell down. It was still parted in a soft manner. It had a gloomy and desolate taste. He lowered his arm and raised his head. Xie Danfeng was beside him at this moment. She could clearly feel that Tan had suddenly grown taller at this moment. It was at least 2 inches taller than before. Xie Danfeng didn't know why, but a strange feeling slowly rose in her heart. This feeling terrified Xie Danfeng to the extreme. Her eyes stung, and she felt like crying. But she didn't know why she was crying. He only felt terrible in his heart, as if his heart was broken. Tan raised his head and twisted his neck. His neck also made a cracking sound. He twisted his head to the left, then to the right, and then straightened his head. His actions were very comical, but no one dared to laugh. In fact, when he did these actions, everyone felt a sudden chill in their hearts. Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang felt their hearts tremble violently and coldly, along with Tan's movements. Then Tan took the fourth step, but this fourth step felt very different from the first 3 steps. He gently took this step and gently landed on the ground. In fact, the grass on the ground didn't even shake much. However, the people of Ao clan in front of him clearly felt that the earth had split open and the sky had turned upside down with this step. The surroundings were quiet, but these people of Ao clan clearly felt that the end of the world had arrived before their eyes. The mountains had collapsed, and the water on the ground had rushed up to the sky. The clouds and mist in the sky had been torn apart. It seemed as if a big hole had appeared in the blue sky, and there was a black-clothed figure in front of all this. His long hair hung down, and his eyes were cold and detached. He was looking at the common people of the world with indifference. He was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a sovereign descending to the world. This wasn't the kind of sovereign descending to the world that belonged to an emperor. Instead, it was a kind of sovereign descending to the world, a supreme sovereign descending to the world. Tan took the 5th step. Ao Mengyan, who was at the front, suddenly felt that a magnificent mountain was coming down from the top of his head. It was unknown what he was thinking, but his knees suddenly went soft, and he knelt down with a plop sound. He knelt down in front of Tan. The strangest thing was that the people of Ao clan who had seen all this didn't feel anything wrong from the bottom of their hearts. It seemed that the young master kneeling down in front of this person was a matter of course. Even if the young master didn't kneel down, these people would have kicked his legs and made him kneel down. How could he not kneel in front of this person? This was simply disgraceful. Tan indifferently looked at Ao Mengyan in front of him. It seemed as if he hadn't seen this big living person kneeling in front of him. He finally calmly stood still with his hands clasped behind his back. He slightly raised his head and slowly swept his eyes all around. Then he cast his gaze towards a distant place. He indifferently looked around and then withdrew his gaze. The 4 monarch-level experts of Zhuge clan, who had been standing far away, made eye contact with him. They didn't feel anything unusual. However, they suddenly felt that their hearts had started to beat again after he had shifted his gaze away. Their mouths started to beat more and more violently. The faces of the 4 people turned red in an instant. They hadn't felt anything a moment ago, but even their heartbeats had been controlled by the other party's indifferent gaze. The 4 people looked at each other and suddenly became aghast in their hearts. How can this person who awakened the watermark of departure be so powerful? Isn't it said that the bloodline of the 3 stars divine clan has awakened the watermark of departure? Why, it's as if a devil king has come to the world. A faint feeling arose in the hearts of the 4 people at this moment. Could it be that we've been tricked? However, this doubt in the hearts of the 4 people vanished, like smoke in thin air after Tan had shifted his gaze for a while. Motherfucker, we have 5 big killing weapons in our hands. Can't we deal with a small bloodline awakener who has awakened the watermark of departure? This kind of change in thinking was simply unforgivable in the eyes of a monarch-level expert. But this was a real change in thinking. Chu Yang was hidden in the dark. He felt that Tan's gaze was clearly looking at him. Moreover, this gaze seemed to be shining into the depths of his heart. He couldn't help but shiver in his heart. Could it be that Tan has finally started that kind of change? The sword spirit was crazily shocked in the tangled space. He loudly said, "What kind of power is this? This is a devil. This is clearly the power of a devil king." Chu Yang's heart sank. Tan finally stopped sweeping his gaze. Then he suddenly took a long breath. This breath sucked the space of the entire forest into a vacuum. Everyone felt as if they were suffocating when he took this breath. Then Tan let out a disappointed and frustrated sigh. He muttered in an apathetic and low voice, "This world has truly changed." Then he sighed again and said to himself, "I'm too weak." Then he looked at the remaining 58 people of the Ao clan in front of him. He frowned and said, "I've been forced to this point by these ants." The corners of his mouth curled up as he said this, and he faintly smiled. In this indifferent and mocking smile, there was clearly contempt towards the entire heavenly layer. He was looking at these people from behind. But even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang could feel that Tan was standing on the summit of the highest mountain in the world, and was overlooking them. Then Tan extended his hand, and gently placed his 5 fingers on Ao Mengyan's head. He stroked Ao Mengyan's hair, and indifferently said, "This sacrifice is too weak, so weak that it's frightening." Ao Mengyan's entire body trembled. His vital part was being stroked as if he was a puppy. But he couldn't even muster the will to resist. He issued a muffled whimper, like a dying puppy. Tan raised his hand. He raised his hand and lifted Ao Mengyan's head from his neck without making any sound. In fact, he lifted it up from his neck to the other side in a neat manner. It seemed as if this head had been chopped off with a sharp knife a long time ago, and it had been placed on top of his head at the moment. The head was gone. However, the neck was still intact. In fact, not even a drop of blood had come out. Tan grabbed the head and frowned as he looked at it. Then he casually threw it away. The blood in Ao Mengyan's neck suddenly rushed up to the sky. "This is the smell of blood," Tan said indifferently. He looked at the gorgeous blood in front of him and said with nostalgia, "I haven't smelled it for many years." He frowned in disappointment and frustration. Then he grabbed Ao Langyan again. Ao Langyan was 3 people away from him, but Ao Langyan had arrived in his hand in a flash. Then he effortlessly grabbed Ao Langyan's head. He made Ao Langyan stand at attention in front of him. Then he twisted Ao Langyan's head twice. Ao Langyan was being grabbed by him like a puppet. It seemed as if his feet were rooted to the ground. However, Chu Yang had easily twisted Ao Langyan's body from his ankles all the way to the top of his skull, and had turned it into a huge fried dough twist. His clothes, his muscles, his bones, and even his skull had been twisted. Every part of his skull had been twisted into a spiral. Ao Langyan died without uttering a single word. But a kacha sound was unceasingly echoing from his body. In fact, it sounded very rhythmic. Tan twisted Ao Langyan's head twice. Then he frowned and slightly tilted his head to listen to the rhythmic sound of bones breaking. He insipidly said, I heard it again, "The bones of the people of this world haven't changed." He raised his head and faintly smiled. Then he said, "This was a piece of music a long time ago, and I named it White Bone Order." He explained calmly, as if he was explaining to himself, "As long as you use a very stable force to twist a person into a very uniform fried dough twist from head to toe, you will be able to play a melodious tune that will make all of the 78,453,333 hairs on your body stand up automatically after listening to it. I haven't heard it for a long time." Tan smiled in a somewhat gratified manner. Then he said in a somewhat nostalgic manner. He licked his lips and tilted his head. Then he imitated that sound with his mouth. He squinted his eyes and softly said, "Kacha, kacha-ja, kacha-ja, kacha-ja." Chapter 656. Everyone looked at him in a daze. It seemed as if they had been struck by lightning. They couldn't help but feel cold all over, and their teeth started to chatter. Then, Tan took a step forward. He entered the encirclement of the remaining experts of the AO clan. He frowned and said, "You lowly humans are making me very unhappy." Then he stretched out his hands with the color of his black robe. He stretched out his left hand, and the body of a person on the left side spiraled like a cloud. Then he raised his right hand, and that person flew out like a rubber ball. His body suddenly exploded in midair, and it scattered into a bloody paste in the sky. Then he kicked 3 times with bang sounds, and 3 people turned into meteors. Unexpectedly, no one dared to resist. He walked among the 50 people of the AO clan in this manner. His face was still indifferent, and his eyes didn't have the slightest ripple. However, with just a wave of his hand, he had sent these arrogant and domineering experts to hell one by one. The remaining 20 or so people were trembling from head to toe. Their eyes were filled with fear. It seemed as if they were fiercely fighting against an invisible devil in their hearts. Finally, one of them roared, "Ah!" He shouted towards the sky with all his might. His voice was full of fear. He was terrified to the extreme. This shout seemed to have awakened everyone. Everyone began to scatter and flee in all directions. They were battered and exhausted and were stumbling about. Tan chased after them in a neither fast nor slow manner. It seemed as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. His movements were very slow. In fact, a kind of natural elegance was seeping out of his bones every time he raised his hand or lifted his foot. It seemed as if he was a poet who was brimming with poetic sentiments. He was strolling in a picturesque grove under the illumination of the morning sun, and he was composing poems in his heart. However, he had killed more than 50 people of the AO clan in such an elegant place. That last 8th grade Emperor-level expert had already run several thousand feet away. However, Tan was still standing in the same place. Everyone thought that he would let that guy go. However, Tan suddenly raised his head towards the distance and insipidly said, "Did I let you go?" It was just this one sentence, but it seemed to carry a kind of strange, magical power. Everyone's heart violently trembled. A layer of strange ripples was visible to the naked eye in the air between Tan and that 8th grade Emperor-level expert. That 8th grade Emperor-level expert was madly running away in the distance, but he suddenly jolted and stopped. He stood there in a daze, like a sculpture that had lost its soul. "Still not coming back?" Tan asked. His voice had barely faded when that 8th grade Emperor-level expert in the distance obediently turned around and walked back step by step. His eyes were lifeless and his complexion was lifeless. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. What was going on? It didn't take long for that Emperor-level expert to walk back like a puppet. He then stood in front of Tan in a daze. "Good girl," Tan said, "since you're so obedient." He stretched out his hand and pointed. "Go there, kneel down, and kowtow until you die." Everyone looked towards the source of the sound, only to see a large rock sticking out of the ground. They could not help but feel a sense of disbelief in their hearts. However, that 8th grade Emperor-level expert turned around while swaying. Then he walked towards that stone. He walked to the front of the stone and adjusted the distance between them. Then he knelt down. He adjusted his body so that he could knock his head on the stone. Then he fiercely kowtowed. Bang! Blood splashed. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. This 8th grade Emperor-level expert had knocked himself into a skeleton in front of everyone's eyes. Bang! This Emperor-level expert's body softly bent down with the last sound. Then his head gently fell down from his neck with a bang and rolled to the other side of the big rock. A glaring blood-red color was left on the stone. He actually knocked his own head off his body. Tan had been holding his hands behind his back during this crazy and strange process. His eyes were somewhat lonely, and he was somewhat sighing as he looked towards the distant sky. He didn't move. Everyone felt a heavy pressure in their hearts, but no one spoke. Xiaodan Feng's muffled sobs were heard from behind. Tan exhaled after a long time. He finally turned around. The first person he saw was Gu Duxingyu. Very good, Tan praised. Then he looked at Dong Wushang and insipidly said, You're also very good. Then he pondered for a moment. All of you are very good. Then, as if he was very unwilling, he still said, I owe you a lot. Even Xia Zhiqiu, a first-grade monarch-level expert, couldn't help but feel flattered from the bottom of his heart when he said these words. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were the closest to Tan. So they started to breathe heavily when they heard these words. Pure Sword Emperor and Pure Saber Emperor. Both of them were the world's first-class people with superhuman perseverance. The reason why Sword Emperor and Saber Emperor were powerful was because of their obsession. And in this aspect, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing were definitely the best of the best. However, they didn't feel flattered. Instead, they suddenly became furious. That furious mood quickly spread throughout their bodies once it rose from their hearts. Dong Wushang fiercely glared at him. It seemed as if two saber lights had condensed from them. He then asked, What do you mean? This sentence was said in an extremely low voice, as though he was still being suppressed by that imposing manner. But when he said the last word, when that interrogative tone came out, Dong Wushang's fury had already reached an uncontrollable level. He asked again loudly, What do you mean? It was the same sentence. The first sentence had been as soft as a mosquito's buzzing, but the second sentence had exploded like a spring thunder. The entire forest had been shaken by this sentence and had started to buzz. Gu Duxing was a lot calmer in comparison. He only focused his gaze on Tan. You said this sentence? This sentence, is it something you can say? Tan rolled his eyes and looked at the two of them. It seemed as if he wanted to get angry, but he restrained himself in the end. Then he insipidly and disdainfully said, It's just two parts of a sword. He had said this sentence in a very low voice, so much so that even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang hadn't carefully heard every word. But their arrogance and disdain were very clear. The two of them flew into a rage. Bastard! Dong Wushang angrily shouted, I risk my life to rush over 2,000 miles to rescue you, and you owe me a debt of gratitude? Who do you think you are? Do you think I want your debt of gratitude? Gu Duxing didn't shout angrily. He only looked at Tan's face and coldly said, I don't know who you are. Or, the debt of gratitude you're talking about is something you think is very important and precious. But I only want to say one thing right now. Tan had wanted to get angry when he heard Dong Wushang's words, but he heard Gu Duxing's words again. So he asked insipidly, What is it? Get out of this body. The sword light in Gu Duxing's eyes blazed brightly. He shouted like a thunderbolt, You've defiled my brother's corpse. Get out. Gu Duxing rarely cursed, but he had cursed today. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had always known that Tan had many secrets. In fact, Chuyang had once said that there might be a strange and powerful soul in Tan's body, or it might be about to awaken. Chuyang had only told Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang about this matter. Chuyang had said that day, Don't blame Tan if there comes a day. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang knew that the person in front of them wasn't Tan since Tan had appeared with this appearance today. Or, it should be said that it was an ancient and powerful soul. Tan was startled. Then his eyes turned dark. Two clusters of strange and dangerous sparks flashed in his pupils. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang weren't afraid. They stood upright and coldly looked at Tan's eyes. One of them was holding the sword hilt, and the other was holding the saber hilt. Clearly, we'll fight if you want to fight. Tan Tan, are you Tan Tan? A sad and melancholic voice resounded. A delicate figure staggered over from behind Tan Tan along with this voice. She was bleeding all over. Her face was pale and ashen, but she stubbornly refused to let anyone support her. She staggered closer. She was very careful. She was very sad. She was very nervous. She was very expectant. But she was also very dejected as she asked, "Are you Tan Tan? Are you my Tan Tan?" Tan Tan's body seemed to shake. His body was still standing upright. He was motionless. He didn't turn his head. "Turn your head around." Xie Dan Feng stubbornly said, "Turn your head around. Let me see. Are you my Tan Tan?" Tan Tan's body was still standing upright. He was as motionless as a mountain. But Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing could clearly see that there was a fierce struggle in his eyes. "Give me back my Tan Tan." Xie Dan Feng suddenly seemed to have understood something when she saw that the other party hadn't turned his head around. She suddenly burst out with a roar. Then she pounced forward. She firmly grabbed Tan Tan's shoulders with both hands. She then shouted in grief, "Give me back my Tan Tan!" Then she ferociously bit down. She bit down in desperation. It seemed as if she wanted to tear this body to shreds. Xie Dan Feng was heartbroken. Her family had been destroyed. But she hadn't collapsed. She hadn't lost her faith, even though she had been chased for thousands of miles. That was because she had him by her side. She had fallen into a desperate situation a moment ago. But Tan Tan's roar had given her the sweetest feeling of love in her life. "Woman, remember, you'll die after I die. No one is allowed to hurt her as long as I'm alive. Old bastard, you dared to hit my wife." Xie Dan Feng clearly knew that death was imminent at that time, but she still felt sweet and happy in her heart. In fact, she even believed that no other woman in the world could be happier than her at that moment. But her enemies were all dead in the blink of an eye. She didn't have to die, but the person she loved deeply had suddenly changed. He had turned into a demon king. He was very powerful. He had saved everyone, but he wasn't the person she loved deeply. He wasn't. Where did my Tan Tan go? Can he come back? Xie Dan Feng was terrified in despair. She ferociously bit down. She crazily hammered, punched, and kicked. It seemed as if she wanted to use this method to wake her lover up. He's very powerful now, but I don't want him. Tan Tan Yan's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, the world seemed to darken. Gu Duxing's heart trembled. The shining mark on Tan Tan's forehead suddenly went out. Then, ouch, hiss, fuck! A voice was heard as he clenched his teeth. He sucked in cold air with hissing sounds. Then he shouted while enduring the extreme pain, "Little girl, you're biting me to death, hiss! Fuck! Let go, fuck! Ouch, it hurts!" Chapter 657. Tan Tan's body trembled under the watchful eyes of everyone. His eyebrows began to twitch up and down. He clenched his teeth, and his entire face convulsed in pain. Tears flowed out of his eyes and gushed out. "Hiss! Xie Dan Feng! Hiss, you little girl! Ouch! Spare me!" Ancestor Xie Zhiqiu, who had the highest cultivation, was dumbfounded as he looked at this scene. He suddenly sat down on the ground and wiped the cold sweat on his head. He moaned, "Ouch, that day, the atmosphere had been extremely oppressive, but it immediately relaxed after Tan Tan's miserable cry. Gu Duxing and the others exposed a trace of a smile on the corners of their mouths. His taut muscles finally relaxed. The powerful enemy had turned into smoke. How could they not relax when only their own people were left? Both of them looked at each other and saw the cold sweat on each other's heads. Both of them still had a lingering fear from that terrifying coercion a moment ago. But at that time, they all erupted at the same time without prior agreement. Moreover, they had been so angry that they couldn't restrain themselves. "You are powerful, but you're not my brother. I'm willing to have a weak brother, but I'm not willing to have you. I would have been envious if my brother was as powerful as you. I would have been happy. I would have been very safe. Moreover, he would have become the goal that I would have pursued. But you're not." Tan Tan's matter had obviously given Gu Duxing and the others a fierce wake-up call. Both of them knew that Tan Tan had been forced to wake up, or it could be said that this was the first time that the Demon King had awakened. So the power wasn't great. Therefore, Tan Tan had been able to wake up. But would Tan Tan have woken up if that power had been enough? Both of them had relaxed, but their hearts had also faintly tightened. This kind of thing, who knows if it will happen again? However, Tan Tan's awakening had also reminded Gu Duxing and Dong Wuxian. So a true powerhouse is like this. A true powerhouse is like this. My previous goal was too small. Too small. Such a powerhouse has appeared before. So he must exist. So why can't I do it? It was also from this moment onwards that Gu Duxing and the other brothers had a deep impression of becoming such strong experts in their hearts. They had thought about it in the past, but this concept had been too vague. Even though he had seen supreme beings like Buluqing and Ningtianya, he had seen them before. However, those two supreme martial artists didn't really make a move. The most important thing was that they didn't really kill anyone. Only now did he realize that the so-called experts were actually so terrifying. Xie Danfeng smiled through her tears when she saw that Tan Tan had woken up. She smiled and angrily hugged Tan Tan. She was so happy that she wept. "You're back, you're back!" Her heavily injured body couldn't withstand such intense stimulation, so she softly fainted. Tan Tan forced a smile and tightly hugged Xie Danfeng's body. No one had noticed that a faint and gloomy luster had quietly passed away in the depths of Tan Tan's eyes. Then a trace of conflicting pain had quietly flashed through his eyes. This was an extreme pain, a deep sorrow. He hugged Xie Danfeng as if this was the only time he could hug her in this lifetime. He hugged her tightly. His eyes were full of reluctance, but there was nothing he could do. He wanted to cry out loud, but now was clearly not the time to be sad, and it would only make everyone more worried. He clearly remembered everything that had happened in that moment just now. He could clearly feel that there was a change of master in the depths of his heart. No, it wasn't like that. Instead, he had suddenly changed. That person and that soul were powerful and ruthless. But Tan Tan had a clear feeling that it was him, and it was absolutely not another person. The so-called two souls were simply not the same. That was really me. But how did I become like that? Tan Tan could feel that kind of power had suddenly emerged from his body. Then a kind of cruel and indifferent emotion had dominated his body. Tan Tan desperately wanted to seize control of this body, but he also felt at the same time, I am the one who is controlling this body. This was a kind of inexplicable and extremely contradictory emotion. Moreover, he clearly felt that these two emotions were quietly fusing together. This feeling was even stranger. It was as if a person was living well. But he was suddenly hit by a heavy blow and became an idiot. Everything that had happened in the past would no longer exist. Therefore, he had started to learn from the beginning since he had awakened. He had begun to form a new character, a new style of doing things, and a new life. But the memory that had been sealed after the heavy blow had suddenly begun to awaken on this day. Both of them were fiercely attacking each other, but they were also cautiously tolerating each other. Both of them wanted to be the master, but they couldn't let each other disappear. Tan Tan was extremely sad. He held Xie Danfeng's soft body as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. And this treasure, he would lose it in the next moment. If that kind of power and character were to completely awaken, would I still have Xie Danfeng? Would I still have Chu Yang as my brothers? Tan Tan's entire body trembled in fear. That was because he had come to a conclusion. I'm afraid. I can't. The powerful enemy was gone. Everyone relaxed. Their tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and everyone felt as if they were about to die. They couldn't help but sit down and begin to treat their wounds. Tan Tan was also carefully treating the wounds on Xie Danfeng's body. It seemed to have calmed down. Suddenly, ha ha ha, awakened ones are really powerful. A sinister voice laughed and said, "They didn't disappoint me. Very good. This is an excellent thing." A black-clothed and masked man floated over along with this voice. He stood in front of everyone. His eyes looked at Tan Tan as if he was looking at a heaven-shaking treasure behind the mask. Xie Zhiqiu's eyebrows twitched. A feeling of powerlessness emerged in his heart. The opposite party attacked. They didn't move during the fierce battle a moment ago. I thought that they wouldn't participate, but they have finally attacked. Who are you? Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang turned over and jumped up. Their swords and sabers were unsheathed at the same time. Both of them felt the strength of these people. Nearly 300 black-clothed and masked men quickly appeared. They formed a large circle and trapped everyone inside. "Don't worry." The leader of the black-clothed and masked men smiled and said, "You too won't die." Gu Duxing coldly snorted and asked why. "We are from the upper three heavens." The leader of the black-clothed and masked men played it down, but he still looked extremely proud as he insipidly said, "The people of the Zhuge clan. I am Zhuge Changfeng. Upper three heavens. Zhuge clan." These few words smashed into the hearts of everyone of the Xie clan like muffled thunder. "May I ask, Mr. Zhuge, why has your noble clan come this time?" Xie Zhiqiu stood up with difficulty. He then clasped his fists and said, he was extremely resentful in his heart. He wished that he could skin these black-clothed and masked men alive. He knew that the main culprits behind the destruction of the Xie clan weren't those people of the Ao clan. Rather, it was these people in front of him. However, he didn't dare to reveal it. After all, he and his people would be finished if he revealed it. "We have come to ask for something." That black-clothed and masked man, Zhuge Changfeng, slightly smiled and said, "We came here with the intention of bringing one person back, but it seems that we will have to bring 2 more people." He no longer paid attention to Xie Zhiqiu after he was done speaking. He merely said in a soft voice, "Don't move. Whoever moves will die." Then he slowly took 2 steps forward. He looked at Tan Tan, who was holding Xie Danfeng, and insipidly said, "Awakened ones can't awaken twice in a day. You come with us." "Go with you?" Tan Tan blankly looked at him. He then asked in bewilderment, "Why should I go with you?" "These people will die if you don't go with us," Zhuge Changfeng insipidly said, "including this woman in your arms." "Oh." Tan Tan's eyes sharpened. He angrily said, "Say that again." His eyes once again changed into the color of a black hole while he was speaking. A faint black aura began to emit from his body again. Zhuge Changfeng was startled. He suddenly recalled the might of Tan Tan after his awakening. So he promptly made a decision and shouted, "Attack!" Tan Tan was furious, but he felt powerless. That was because he had discovered that he couldn't mobilize that kind of power even though he urgently needed it. He couldn't stimulate that kind of terrifying power in his heart. He couldn't help but feel grief and indignation. Zhuge Changfeng had already taken the initiative to attack after he had spoken those words. A black light flashed, and a black feather arrow was shot from his hand. The black feather arrow turned into a column of smoke as soon as it left his hand. Then it shot into Tan Tan's body at lightning speed. Zhuge Changfeng raised his hands again and again as if he had cramps. Then he shot out the soul-capturing powder, spirit-severing powder, soul-breaking flute, and spirit-lifting net in succession. The other 3 black-clothed masked men also moved at the same time. The same things pierced into Tan Tan's body. They carried a jet-black and evil aura. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were alarmed. They hastily moved to stop them, but they couldn't stop them. Those things turned into smoke-like powder as soon as they left their hands. It seemed as if they had spirituality. They had clearly been intercepted in midair, but they still automatically took a turn and avoided the interception. Then they shot into Tan Tan's body. There were 20 such powders in total, and none of them escaped into Tan Tan's body. 20 traces of these highly toxic poisons appeared in the air. In fact, even the air was corroded by 20 clear scratches. These scratches didn't disappear for a long time. Zhuge Changfeng heaved a sigh of relief. He faintly smiled and said, "Awaken one, you can't fight us with your current strength. Let us capture you without putting up a fight." 20 wisps of black smoke shot into Tan Tan's body. However, Tan Tan's body didn't have the slightest abnormality, but his body fiercely trembled. His eyes suddenly opened, and a faint divine light flashed in them. He looked strangely at Zhuge Changfeng. Then a rumbling sound echoed. Suddenly, a big golden net appeared around Tan Tan's body, and it enveloped Tan Tan's entire body. Then, countless wisps of dazzling golden gas suddenly emerged from his body and rushed to the top of his head. And the top of his head it formed a glorious crown. It seemed as if an emperor had been crowned all of a sudden. 3 things. Everyone could see the first thing, and many people were worried about it. Indeed, Tan Tan's plot has been woven into a big hole by me. It would have been enough to entangle me to death if I hadn't written it well. The second thing is that the annual meeting is about to begin. I haven't even prepared a draft yet. The world is so sad. Chapter 658. Zhuge Changfeng felt relieved. According to the confession of that important person of our clan, this awakened being won't have any power to resist as long as this golden net appears. As for that crown, there's no explanation. But that person also said that some strange phenomena will appear because of the various poisons and the world's power when these 5 killing tools are used. And these strange phenomena can't be controlled or predicted. It is said that a flower may bloom, or the shape of a saber may appear, or even a pile of excrement may appear. So it's not strange for any situation to appear. This crown is probably one of those unexpected situations, right? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the overall situation. Sure enough, the black energy on Tan Tan's body seemed to have met its nemesis as soon as the golden crown and the big net appeared. So it shrank back into his body. Moreover, Tan Tan had already opened his eyes, but he slowly closed them again. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground. It seemed as if he had lost the mark of his life. He remained silent. "Ha ha ha, it's really effective." Zhuge Changfeng happily laughed. He had just seen the earth-shattering power of the awakened being. So he naturally understood that if he were to bring this awakened being back, my contribution to the clan will inevitably soar. In fact, I might even become an elder. Gu Duxing and the others became anxious. They hastily rushed to Tan Tan's side, but they screamed as soon as they approached the golden net, and they hastily drew back. The lapel of their clothes that had come in contact with the golden net had been corroded. This poison is so fierce. No one is allowed to come close. The biggest threat has been eliminated. and the remaining people are also in our grasp. We only need to wait for this strange phenomenon to disappear. Then we can capture this awakened being and bring him back. Zhuge Changfeng was very astute, but he couldn't help but feel somewhat proud of himself at this moment. He said, "Don't waste your energy. These two young sword emperors and saber emperors, this old man has something to say. Would you like to hear it?" A sharp light flashed in Gu Duxing's eyes as he said, "It's better not to say it if it doesn't sound good." Zhuge Changfeng chuckled. "This temper is as sharp as a sword." He paused and said, "Both of you are outstanding talents. My Zhuge clan has always been thirsty for talents, and we need such heaven-gifted talents like you. So, this old man can recommend you if you wish to join us. What do you think?" There were many young martial emperors in the upper three heavens. However, Zhuge Changfeng was well aware that becoming an emperor-level expert in the upper three heavens was completely different from becoming an emperor-level expert in the upper three heavens. 3 days, the value of this was too high. This was because the cultivation conditions of upper three heavens were far inferior to upper three heavens. However, the background of these youngsters' clans was far inferior to the clans of those young experts of the upper three heavens. They could have piled up a young emperor-level expert even if they had used heavenly treasures and heavenly medicines. However, the two men in front of him were brimming with murderous intent, and it was clear that they had not been trained quickly. Such a person was a true genius. Dong Wushang sneered, "What nonsense!" Gu Duxing shook his head. "It's indeed nonsense." Zhuge Changfeng replied, "Oh, do the two of you mean to refuse?" Dong Wushang laughed heartily. "You can be considered a smart person, as expected of someone from the Zhuge clan." Zhuge Changfeng's complexion turned unsightly. He pondered for a while and said, "Do the two of you know the consequences of refusing our good intentions?" He was somewhat stunned. The Zhuge clan of the upper three heavens was famous. Even in the upper three heavens, a person would have had to consider carefully if they had extended an olive branch like this. Could it be that these two people refused without even thinking? What consequences? Your families, your friends, including the people behind you, ha ha ha. Zhuge Changfeng's gaze was like a knife. He chuckled and said, "They'll all turn into corpses at my command." "Are you threatening us?" Dong Wushang frowned. Gu Duxing's eyes focused. "If the two of you insist on thinking like this, then it's a threat." Zhuge Changfeng put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "But can you withstand such a threat?" Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing smiled at each other. Then Dong Wushang said loudly, "You've misjudged us. We brothers have never accepted any threats. We'd rather live standing than kneeling for a lifetime." He pointed his big saber forward and laughed boldly. "Zhuge clan of the upper three heavens, ha ha ha, is it that great? How come I don't think so?" Gu Duxing also laughed. Miao Butong, GMO, and Luo Kudi laughed in unison. GMO laughed and said, "We also don't think so. Zhuge clan? Why does it sound so much like the Brother Pig clan? Is this big clan full of perverts?" Luo Kudi heard GMO's words. He held his belly and laughed. He said, "Brother Pig clan, ha ha ha. You can change your name to Rogue clan." Zhuge Changfeng's eyes were full of murderous aura. His whole body emitted an ice-cold chill. His body trembled with anger. His pupils contracted as he said heavily, "Good, good, good." He suddenly waved his hand and shouted in a stern voice, "Let's attack together and kill them. Since I can't use them, I'll kill them as soon as possible, so as to avoid future troubles." The black-clothed people shouted and attacked at the same time. Meanwhile, Chu Yong anxiously asked from the land of shadows, "Are you going to attack or not?" Sword Spirit said, I won't attack if it involves the annihilation of the sword master's soul. Chu Yang slowly nodded. He said somewhat sorrowfully, Good. I'm begging you. My cultivation isn't good enough. I can't protect my brothers from being bullied. Now, I have to look on helplessly as my brothers die in front of me. Sword Spirit, you're ruthless. Sword Spirit heard the determination in Chu Yang's voice. Budi asked in shock, What do you want to do? You have your duty, but you've forgotten that I don't. Chu Yang coldly said in a low voice, The so-called duty of the sword calamity is nothing in my eyes. I'm very sullen. I don't want to serve you anymore. Don't be impulsive. They may not die. Sword Spirit said anxiously. The battle had already begun. Gu Duxing and the others had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. They had only come into contact with each other, but they had already suffered injuries of varying degrees. Chu Yang looked at them with anger. He turned his wrist, and a short sword appeared in his hand. Then he stabbed it towards his chest without hesitation. He shouted in a low voice, Then you and your duty will die with me. Wait for 10,000 years before you appear again. Wait. Sword Spirit was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly stopped Chu Yang. He didn't expect Chu Yang to be so resolute. With a poof, the short sword pierced into his muscles and deeply into his chest. It was only a hair's distance away from piercing his heart. Chu Yang asked with cold eyes, Are you going to do it? Fresh blood suddenly spurted out. His hand gripped the hilt of the short sword tightly and steadily. Anyway, I've died long ago. I've earned these few years for nothing. Even if you die again, it won't matter. As the sword master of the sword calamity, I actually have to be restrained by you, Sword Spirit. I can't do anything I want. I can't stand this. Chu Yang said hatefully, I won't ask you to do it. Let's just do it like this. To hell with everything. He exerted force in his hand and was about to stab his heart. Sword Spirit was really anxious this time. He hurriedly used his spiritual power to lock the short sword. He said repeatedly, I'll do it, okay? I'll do it, okay? When he said this, he felt really wronged. Sword Spirit almost shed tears of grievance. When did I restrain you? Haven't you always been the one to do whatever you want? You're the only one who keeps adding one rule after another. When have I ever restrained you? Why do I have to do this? I'm clearly doing this for your own good. You don't know what's good for you. How can there be such a stubborn sword master in the past? Do you know that if I take over today, you'll die in the future? Oh, no, you don't care. If you care, you won't be so decisive now. You'll stab your own heart directly. You're using such an extreme method to force me. Looking at the wound on Chu Yang's chest, if Sword Spirit had a body, he would probably be so scared that he would break out in cold sweat. You're really something. You actually want to drag me down with you for another 10,000 years. To have met a sword master like you, Old Wu is really unlucky. Sword Spirit was aggrieved and wronged, but he still made preparations. At the same time, he was very worried. If he took over Chu Yang's body and Chu Yang's divine soul was injured, then the possibility of Chu Yang surviving the fourth fragment of the Tribulation Sword would be infinitely close to zero. Sword Spirit sighed. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. How did this happen? Sword Spirit was aggrieved, but Chu Yang was even more aggrieved. Motherfucker, isn't it because Old Wu is not strong enough? If Old Wu had already broken through to the monarch level, would I still need you? Motherfucker, you actually picked a fight for my own good? My brother is about to die. Can't you see? At this time, do I need you for my own good? The key to everything is still strength. Only strength. Strength. Chu Yang's heart. Such a realization was deeply carved into his heart with the tip of a knife. Sword Spirit is very strong, but he's not me. Tribulation Sword is very strong, but it's not my strength. Instead of relying on heaven, earth, or ancestors, It's better to rely on myself. I can't rely on anyone in the future. I can't rely on Sword Spirit. I can't rely on Tribulation Sword. I can only rely on myself. I must rely on myself. Gu Duxing and the others were already in imminent danger. The strength of these people from the Zhuge clan was much stronger than that of the Ao clan just now. The huge gap in strength made them unable to fight back at all. If they were facing those people just now, they could still fight with their lives and drag them down with them. But when facing these people, there was no such possibility. Gu Duxing let out a muffled groan. His body was hit by 2 palms. Dong Wushang desperately went forward to protect him, but he was also hit by 2 swords because of this. The two looked at each other, and despair rose in their hearts. They only had one thought: Chu Yang, who is hiding in the dark at such a critical moment. You must endure it. You must not come out. If you don't come out, we brothers can still live and continue our journey. If you come out, then we will all be wiped out. Everything will be over. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.